Good evening, everyone. This is High Point Mayor Jay Wagner. For those listening online, calling to order the regular council meeting of the High Point City Council for July 18th, 2022. All council members are present except for Councilman Tyrone Johnson, who will not be here tonight. We do have a quorum, and I would please ask everyone to rise for a moment of silence, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, it feels good to be back. We didn't have a first meeting of the month this month because of the July 4th holiday, but hopefully everyone has had their vacations and was well rested and ready to take on the city's business again. I'm going to begin the meeting with a proclamation regarding Parks and Recreation Month. Is Lee Tillery here? See you in the back, Lee. You can't hide in the back. You got to stand up and all right. Whereas parks and recreation programs and events are an integral part of communities throughout this country, including High Point. And whereas High Point's parks and recreation programs and events are fundamentally important to improving the health of our citizens and enriching the lives of our youth, families, older adults, and those with mental or physical disabilities. And whereas parks and recreation programs help build healthier, more active communities, aiding in the prevention of chronic disease and improving the mental and emotional well-being of the citizens of High Point. And whereas parks and recreation programs increase public engagement among citizens, promote volunteerism, and build strong partnerships with other community organizations and service providers. And whereas our abundance of local parks, trails, greenways, and natural recreation areas sustains the ecological beauty of our community and provides numerous places for children and adults to connect with nature and recreate outdoors. And whereas parks and recreation programs increase a community's economic prosperity through the attraction and retention of businesses, increased property values, expansion of the local tax base, increased tourism, and crime reduction. And whereas the City of High Point recognizes that High Point Parks and Recreation enhances this community's quality of life by its commitment to providing opportunities through innovative programs, parks, and facilities for present and future generations. Now therefore be it resolved by the Mayor and the High Point City Council, July 2022 is recognized as Park and Recreation Month in the City of High Point, North Carolina.
Great.
Okay, now it's time for our strategic plan update. First, I will recognize Councilmember Chris Williams, who will recognize staff to provide an update on our blight reduction efforts.
Thank you, Mayor. During the period of, during the month of June, during this period, the local code enforcement staff processed 40 new minimum housing cases, 164 new public nuisance complaints, and collected 243 signs. Additionally, the LCE staff recorded 18 zoning complaints. A total of 306 public nuisance cases were abated, 101 by the city, 205 owner abated. There are 9 properties with ordinances to demolish passed, but the owners are taking steps to repair. Work is underway at 1004 Prospect Street, 524 Roy Avenue, 1113 Jefferson Street, 337 Wingo, 2206 Gable Way, 210 Underhill, 524 Cross Street, 1139 Pennywood Drive, and 900 Anderson Street. There are 4 properties with contracts to demolish currently. There is 1 property that is scheduled for bid request for demolition. 2 inspectors did work on Saturday in June and collected 64 signs. 1 inspector position remains open. During the report period, there were 425 total active cases, 230 active cases, 230 active minimum housing cases, 112 active public nuisance cases, and 83 active zoning cases. Now I'll turn the floor over to our code enforcement manager, Lori Looseman.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, City Manager. I'm very happy tonight. I know I just never get old of seeing some of these houses get fixed, and these are 2 we've been working on for quite a while. The first one was 208 Lawndale, and this is what the house had originally looked like when we started our housing case. Of course, it does not look too good. We did not have any interior pictures. Since it was so, well, excuse me, we do have 2 not very good pictures. But back originally we started, sometimes on these cases we didn't always take the interior pictures. But this one we inspected back in August of 2019. The owner had applied for permits back in March of 2020, and then they sold the property. I was actually getting ready to bring this case to council when they asked for additional time. They sold it. The new owner bought it and got their permits in May of 2021, and they just had their certificate of occupancy issued, and it's currently on sale on the website showing it's pending, so if you want to go look at it. And this, I think it's like a 2-bedroom, 1-bath house, and it looks so different. So that's that one, and we have another at 1405 Leonard Avenue, and this is what the house had looked like when we originally started our case. Oops, what did I do? There we go. Sorry. We had originally started our case here on May of 2018. The property got sold twice, May of 2020, then August of 2020, and then they just got their certificate of occupancy issued, and it's currently up for sale right now. And they put in a driveway and got their permits and everything. And then another thing I just threw in is just once in a while I get to show you the other things we do other than housing and the overgrown lots. I observed when I was out in the field one day, I pulled up to a location and I thought, well, I can't see traffic. And so I took a picture and we issued them a notice of violation. And that's even when I pulled up even further to try and see out. And then to the left, there's a on-ramp from the highway, so you can see right there it's hard to even see traffic. We issued them a notice of violation and they removed part of the fence on one side, and that's now you can see much better and see oncoming traffic. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Lori. Mayor, that's all we have.
All right, thank you. Next, I'll recognize Michael Holmes, who's chair of our Marketing and Branding Task Force.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have an upcoming visit from Civic Brand, our firm that we contracted to lead our marketing branding effort. They will be here at the end of August through September 1st. Currently, we are in the process of engagement. We're forming focus groups and doing some one-on-ones. They're setting up and they're being completed now. We'll likely finish the majority of that by the trip number 2 that comes up in August. And they've begun the design process of the campaign. It's still in the preliminary phases. But as we get closer to the activation of that, we'll start doing some testings of new designs, logos and things of that nature. And then following up trip 2, which will be heavily focused on, fully developing the brand and all of the assets around that will be engaged with the community. And so as that continues to go on, we'll seek more input from the community, and we're looking at a target of delivering the product early, by the end of this year or early next year.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any questions for any of these folks regarding strategic plan update? All right, thank you. Next on the agenda is the public comment period. We hold a public comment period at least once per month. Our policy states that any person can speak on any item that's not on the agenda. So if you're here to speak during one of the public hearing items later on the agenda, I would just ask that you hold your comments until then. We did have a sign-up sheet out front for the public comment period. If you didn't get a chance to sign it and you want to speak, you'll have a chance after I call on everybody who's on the sign-up sheet. We ask that you please limit your comments to 3 minutes. That's out of respect for other people who want to get their chance to speak as well. When I call your name, please come up here to the podium, give us your name and address, and then you will have 3 minutes to speak. So, on that, first person on the list is Gail Simmons.
Thank you and good evening. My name is Gail Simmons, Gail, Gayle, residents of 4414 James Ford Drive, in Jamestown, North Carolina, speaking in support of Fair Housing Ordinance. I grew up in High Point, spending my formative years here. My deceased parents were public school educators for over 20 years, and they were homeowners. High Point needs a fair housing ordinance to show that it supports its community of homeowners and renters. The Fair Housing Ordinance protects people from discrimination when they are renting or buying a home, getting a mortgage, seeking housing assistance, or engaging in other housing-related activities. The Fair Housing Ordinance prohibits discrimination in housing because of race, color, national origin, religion, sex, familial status, disability. And finally, I repeat again, High Point needs a fair housing ordinance to show that it supports its homeowners and renters. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Ms. Simmons. Next person on the list is Joe Blankenship.
Thank you, Council and Mayor. I too am in support of the Fair Housing Ordinance and urge those who voted against it earlier this year to reconsider your vote so it might be taken up again. We are the only city of this size in the state that does not have one. City of Charlotte, Mecklenburg County, Durham, Greensboro, Orange County, and Winston-Salem. Let's live up to our motto, being the best community, and let's provide this service which is needed. Thank you.
Next person on the list is Robert Nichols.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council. It's my first time coming and speaking like here. I wanted to address the traffic calming problems that we're having on Campbell Street. It's getting to where I was physically assaulted the other night because I tried to save a cat and I done lost two animals. My 13-year-old son almost got hit on riding his bike. If something's not done, somebody's going to get killed. I done seen one kid hit on this street. We're having them speed through there. We're hollering at them. They're, doing everything we can, try to get to slow down so we can get the tags. Somebody seen my Fox 8's article, and they brought me some speed bumps and signs. And what I would like to have do is the speed bumps are the same ones you have at Food Line. I want permission to put them down. And I got, like I said, the signs are all made. It says speed bumps ahead. And the same thing what you would see if the city put one up to save the city money, because I know you got streets ahead of us. and I'm trying to do something before somebody actually hurts somebody. And I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Nichols. Mr. Nichols, I would suggest that you speak to someone here on the staff. Can someone from staff speak to Mr. Nichols about our traffic calming policy and the steps that are necessary to do traffic calming on the street?
We did all that.
Okay,
We went through every step, got the speed limit down, and we got the permission.
Okay.
We're just waiting on y'all to move on.
okay.
Did we get his
What?
address?
What was the street?
It's on
He said, okay.
1011 Campbell Street, is that correct?
Campbell Street.
Okay, thank you. All right, well, maybe staff can give us an update at some point on where we are on traffic calming for Campbell Street. Is there anyone else present who would like to speak during the public comment period? Okay, well, why don't y'all make a line over here along the wall, and we'll get to you one by one. I see Reverend Frank Thomas is the fastest person.
I have another meeting to get to. Thank you. I'm Frank Thomas. I pastor Mount Zion Baptist Church, 753 Washington Street. I'm back again this month to talk about the Fair Housing Ordinance. Looking at our city motto, creating the most livable, I'll stop right there, the most livable community in America. This Fair Housing Ordinance is long overdue, and it would be a shame for us to have to wait until a new city council is seated to bring it back up. I understand there's some technicality about how and why it hasn't been brought back up, but I encourage the four of you who voted no to reconsider your vote and bring it back up for discussion, whatever debate, whatever needs to happen to get a look at this to make sure that the least, the lost, the left out are being represented. I know, Mr. Mayor, tomorrow you're going to do a State of the City address. There are going to be community leaders there. There are going to be business leaders there. People that are affected or will be affected by this housing ordinance probably will not be there and probably will not be addressed tomorrow. So I bring it up today to council to reconsider and think about a fair housing ordinance so every citizen in this city is fairly represented and taken care of and protected from potential slumlords. Thank you.
Next person.
Yes, hello, and greetings to the council and city of High Point. My name is Shonda Sutton. My first encounter with the city was around the issue of affordable housing and looking to possibly develop in this area as a real estate investor. My background is in social work, and so I've always had a heart and a mind for the rights and the needs of the downtrodden everyday man, the common person. During the pandemic, I picked up my real estate license, and I also started a new part-time job in social work with Disability Advocacy Center. My issue this evening is fair housing, as several speakers before me have mentioned. At the agency where I provide advocacy for disabled adults, we know that that is one of the protected classes in terms of fair housing. And so my director asked that we have representation because I do have consumers that live in the High Point community. And the idea that they would have to go through additional channels and somewhat of an uphill battle to have a complaint heard is very concerning. When I looked at your website to see what the current process is, I know that fair housing is an important issue from the federal and state level, and I realize that North Carolina addresses the issue as a state. I live in Greensboro. I attended college in Greensboro at UNCG and NCA&T. And the city of Greensboro does have fair housing, as someone mentioned earlier. Every major developing urban city knows that it is a great need because you will attract the predators and the capitalists and the slumlords who look for an out. And any additional steps, such as go online, there are people that just don't have email, don't have internet access, don't know how to use the computer, especially elderly people and disabled people, and those that don't always have proper representation or advocacy. As a realtor, I will also state as a licensed realtor that both the Greensboro Greater Realtors Association and the High Point Realtors Association are in support of fair housing, that there must be some local way to address these needs. And I will just say, as a local resident of Guilford County, when I see 336, I feel a level of comfort that, well, those are my neighbors. That's a facility that I can contact and that they will pick up and they will hear me out. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Wagner and members of City Council and guests tonight. I'm proud to stand before you, or I'm sitting here before you. My name is Mark Springfield. I'm a CIS, Community Inclusion Specialist Disability Advocacy Center in Greensboro. We are one of the 8 seals provides independent living in the state of North Carolina. We serve people across disabilities, 5 counties: Guilford, Alamance, Randolph, Rockingham, and Caswell. Before I open my topic, I would like to say I spoke to you in this very spot about a year ago in honor of the 32nd anniversary of the ADA Disability Act last year. You welcomed the city in open arms with the community at large, embracing people with disabilities like myself. Well, I stand and sit here before you today concerning a matter which is fair housing also. My colleague just spoke before me. I stand here and represent people of all women, children, just like me, with disabilities that you can see and cannot see. It is no less for either one of us to see the disability. It comes to housing, it becomes a right and not just a privilege. When it comes down to a matter, it's DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion. A matter of the following. Diversity is the permanent differences within a given setting. Equity is the process in ensuring that the processes and the programs that are impartial and provide possible outcomes for every individual that have equal representation. Last but not least, inclusion is the practice of enduring the people that feel the sense of belonging in a community or their workplace. With diversity, equity, inclusion, it is vital to create and maintain a successful place to live on the principle that people can thrive and having a place that they can call home. It is where fair housing comes into play. This city has many empty buildings causing blight in some of the communities. They are just sitting empty. Some of these buildings can be turned into studio apartments, 1-bedroom or 2-bedroom apartments. This would come down to a number of buildings that would be a win-win situation for the city to be able to recoup taxes on. This would help improve the viability of the community and the citizens that live in there. This would be making affordable housing for people who need a place to live within the situation by hopefully having vouchers that will provide people who want a room for rent or just for people who just need a place to call their own. Of course, the precautions will be taken for safety for both parties. There will be set aside for people limited age, income, and persons with disabilities and homelessness. It should have programs built in the process. Some of the programs might include the following: budgeting and financing, understanding credit, peer-to-peer support, and mentoring for all age levels. And last but least, self-esteem and homeownership workshops. I thank you for allowing me to speak tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Springfield. Yes, sir.
Council, my name is James Martin. I'm at 611 Alderson Street, and I come and make a complaint. I'm complaining because look, everything I say is like I never looked nothing done. But I'm a voice of the Alderson Street Camden Avenue, Dartmouth Street, build more. I'm the voice for those people, because they won't come. We having a traffic problem over there. We have, a traffic problem. We on the school zone. We ran on the school zone. Now, I give George Eccles a lot of credit. He listened to me. He listened. He did all he can. He come in, first he had the speed signs changed 25 miles an hour. He did that. Then he come up, he had put speed bumps in there. But the speed bumps, hey, it's not high enough. There people playing, there people coming down the car playing in the street with it. It's not high enough. It should have been, they put the 3 inches, should have been about 5 inches up. Then like did that over here. Also the rest of the one they put up speed bump. We having it's a major traffic problem. We put 25 miles on, George Eccles has been out there. He just clocked people doing 55 miles an hour going down that street. And he told me, I was on this case so hard. I was on this case real hard. But the sources come from the police department. I can't get the police out there to even come out there to check the traffic out there. They busy. They ain't got time to come in there and sit. But yet I sit up on Mutton Street, about 3 or 3 cars sitting on Mutton Avenue, sitting at the school up there. I goes up here to the fire pump, I see about 2 or 3 sitting up there. But yet, when I call for some kind of, they give me, they ain't got time to let nobody sit. Man, look here, I'm gonna tell you something now. I don't want to be rude. I don't want to be rude now. I don't want to be rude. But this is a major concern. I tell them from the start. Don't wait till a kid or something get killed before you try to do the answer, before you try to make an answer to it. Don't wait till a kid get killed. I don't understand what you're coming from, Eccles. I don't understand what you're talking about. I think something. Listen at me. Listen at me. Then I leave out of here, let it go in one ear and go out the next. I need some action. We need some action over there. Every person over there is complaining about that speed going. Now, the people come by there, they know I'm the one that's got that started. They know I'm the one that got it started. When they fight, they go down there, they see me, they'll speed up again and throw a hand at me. And that needs to be addressed. This really needs to be addressed. George told me I was getting on his case so much, really, he did his job. He's doing his job. But the police department and the traffic department, they need to get this thing straightened out. Before I leave, I want to get my city council on here. I want to try to get his address. George said I'm gonna get him a fit. I'm gonna get y'all a fit. Till they get done.
Have you been in contact with the staff about this?
Well,
Let's make sure, speak with this gentleman down here, right there. And let's make sure we have your contact info so we can.
thank y'all for listening to me.
All right. Mr. Thibodeau, how are you, sir?
I'm fine, Mayor. Mayor, City Council, and guests. My name is Louis Thibodeau. I reside at 1242 Kensington Drive, High Point. What I've got is very short, but tax evaluations on properties just came in just a couple months ago. And I know the city's got extra funds now, and I know everything's costing more, but I just ask you, as you look at things that we're going to do and can do with the funds we have, let's take a good look at what we need and what we can wait on. Because I'll tell you from my personal view, I'm retired, and I don't know where this is going to stop. So thank you for your service, and thank you for what you do. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thibodeau. Hello.
Hello. Good afternoon, City Council members, Mayor Wagner, Madam City Manager, distinguished guests. My name is Orel Henry, 135 James Road, High Point, North Carolina, Unit 2C. I am chair of the Citizens Advisory Council, affectionately known as the CSC. For those that don't know, we serve as a forum to hear the concerns of our citizens in our neighborhoods, and we report to City Council those concerns and advise, study, as well as recommend those concerns to y'all. We are, of course, appointed by the mayor and City Council. So all of us, all 9 members, represent what you all see here. That being said, I know several of you here on the council has been in my seat, in my position, in our position. Today, what I want to talk about is, you're going to hear a presentation from the Community Development and Housing Department concerning the 2022 Annual Action Plan. What I want to do is, I just want to let you all know from the CAC's position that we are in total agreement. We did listen to the grantees, in particular concerning the 2022 Public Service Grant recommendations. We heard from all 8 of the applicants, and we feel that their program represents what we need in the city. Several of those programs, and of course, the programs are represented for low to moderate income individuals, which are our neighbors. One of the things, as far as the programs are concerned, it ranges from helping for dental care, for senior feeding, arts, after-school programs, and summer programs that are going on now, which is desperately needed. As you all know, last week, CNBC came out and said North Carolina is #1 for top states for business with the nation's strongest economy. What it talks about, but really doesn't get into, is not only are we strong for economic development, but it also involves community development. It also involves education. And these programs that you're going to see that's going to be represented affects those and hits those, especially for the low and moderate income folks. Because I tell you what, people listen. Businesses are listening, businesses are watching. And if we don't help on the community development side to have housing and to help our current people, they're going to see that. And they're not going to invest. So let's do our due diligence to invest in these grantees, in these applications, and invest in our citizens here in High Point. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, ma'am.
God bless you and good evening. My name is Deborah Stewart. I'm from High Point, live in Highbrook, and I wanted to come out this evening, God bless you, Mr. Shannon, to talk to you about the increase in the rents and the cost of living. I have been in High Point going on 5 years now. I'm a retired New York City senior parole officer, and I moved from New York, specifically downtown Brooklyn, where we've had a great increase in housing and businesses, Metro Tech, all type of things that have been going on. We've had these great developments that have been built, and at the same time, a lot of people have been misplaced in the midst of it. I'm blessed, so I'm not coming here crying about not having. What I am concerned with, though, is what we're doing to the city and what is happening with the people. People that are being moved out, the people that are not able to pay the rents or whatever, they're the ones these are your folks that are here doing the services. They're going to be removed. And we found in New York, as these buildings were built and the prices of the rents went up $3,000, $5,000, people have bought condos for $1 million. Wow, and if you have it like that, fine, but the majority of people do not. This goes beyond color, creed, anything else. This is just how it is. So what we found ourselves with is a lot of buildings and developments that are nearly half empty or empty themselves. And at the same token, what has happened with all these new things coming in, there's been an increase in crime, there's been an increase in homelessness. So I've come tonight asking you to please rethink what you're doing. One of the things that really blessed me about moving to High Point was that a place where you could come and you could live, where you have worked hard all your life, you're able to, have the benefits of what you put in, to receive something back. And many times it sounds good, we're going to have new, bigger, better, but it doesn't work out that way. And please keep the people in mind that are being displaced, the people that are going to be put through changes in order to make these rents. My rent has gone up $300 with services during the pandemic have become non-existent. How does that happen? How does that happen? And what it is, and I understand people have suffered during the pandemic, and but that's life. People have suffered, but it's not an excuse to disenfranchise those that have been steadily doing what they should. So please rethink and look at what you're doing, and take a look at New York. You know, take a look at the, the largest cities and the big businesses that have come in. You know, we have, God bless, Mr. Cuban, I believe his name is, Neil Cuban, what's going on with the High Point University and that. But take a look at what has happened and what the elements that have been drawn there as a result. Finally, the nation's capital, Washington, D.C. When you go to the nation's capital and you go there and you walk within the first 5 blocks, you have nothing but condos, private homes, big developments, but even less than 5 blocks from that, you have abject poverty. Something's wrong. Don't let that happen to us here. God bless you and thank you.
Thank you.
Amen.
Is there anyone else who'd like to speak during public comment?
Good afternoon. My name is Larry Diggs. I'm sure most of y'all know me, and I've been here different times and everything like this. But I come to speak about fair housing also, and how important it is. It shouldn't be that the state, refer these problems to the state. It should be done locally. I was on the Human Relations Commission several years back, and I've seen some things, and I saw different people that come and had real problems, but they weren't being addressed. We tried to do whatever we could to address the problems, but I do know if you have it done at the state level, it's not going to be addressed like it'll be done locally. I did mention my name and all like that. I worked for Piedmont Natural Gas for many years. I went to a lot of these rent homes, and some of these renters and stuff like this, how they got by with some of the stuff that they have. Many times we go to heater, to light a heater, or go to different things like that, and we get in there and they have these old heaters and stuff like this, and old different things like that. Sometimes the water heaters ain't hardly working and stuff like this. I've seen some of the things that has happened in a lot of these rent houses and everything, and I'm very concerned that if we don't have a local committee that deals with fair housing, a lot of that's going to continue to go on, and I don't want to see that. And I'm going to also want to address the fact that I know we had tore down Daniel Brooks and everything like this, and it's been said that they're going to build it back, but I kind of question, will it be built back? And I'm going to tell you why I say that. Okay, I do know at one point the issue came up of what they were going to name, that if they move, Daniel Brooks back, move the people back and all, and that's a side issue compared to the fact that some of those that have been displaced are having a rough time probably at different places where they've been displaced at. I hate to see, and I'm going to say it, whether y'all like it or not, I hate to see High Point University end up with that property there. I'm going to tell you that because I do know before they tore down all that, I know that High Point University wanted to expand into that area. And at this point right now that it's been taken care of like this, I can easily see where things be put aside and everything like this, and then all of a sudden they say, well, look like we're going to get to build nothing back, and end up in High Point University using that. They got all this other land that they could build on and everything like this. I would hate to see that happen. So I'm going to just say that because I feel like that's where this might be heading eventually. It might take 2 or 3 years before they accomplish that, but that's what I'm seeing. But still, fair housing, I'm very concerned about that because we have a lot of people that's struggling, paying high rent, and they're, a lot of times the people they're renting from won't fix up stuff that they're supposed to fix up. I've seen it firsthand. I mean, it's been a while, but I do know that, and I do know that things haven't changed that much, that they have upgraded and put in new equipment and good equipment like it should be. So I'm very concerned about that. So I'm saying we do need a local group to handle fair housing, because if it's left up to the state, things go on as usual. And I hate to see that. But anyway, I had to get that out of me, and thank you for the time.
Thank you, Mr. Diggs. Anyone else who'd like to speak during public comment? Okay, seeing none, I'll close public comment period. And next on our agenda are our Finance Committee items, and for that, I will turn the meeting over to Councilman Britt Moore.
Thank you, Mayor Wagner. Finance met their regular scheduled time last Thursday. I would like to thank my fellow members of the Finance Committee for being there and addressing everything in my absence. They have prepared tonight a consent agenda with items 2022-312 runs consecutively through 2022-321. All items have been in the packet, were approved unanimously, and I will present the consent agenda with a favorable recommendation for approval.
Okay. There's a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda items under Finance. Are there any comments? Questions? Okay. Hearing none, all those in favor of approval of those items, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Is there anyone opposed? Okay, that motion passes unanimously.
That's all for Finance.
You have some public hearing items?
Oh, it did file under there, didn't it? My apologies. We do have a couple of public hearing items. Item number 2022-323, I will open the public hearing for the consideration of resolution interlocal agreement. JAG funding. Is there a presenter Travis going to speak? He's out there, isn't he? Chief. I think Larry got it. Greg. Chris is not here?
Someone here to present on that?
Is anyone here to present on the interlocal? I didn't hear from him that he wouldn't be here.
I believe this was just a pass-through funds from the grant that was, the city was just a conduit on it.
That's correct.
We did present that to Public Safety and to the Finance Committee.
Okay. Madam Attorney, just present this forward with motion for approval. Or close the hearing.
You have to open and close.
Well, I've already opened it, but.
Yes,
Okay.
just
Is there anyone?
ask if there's anyone here that says.
Right. Is there anyone here to speak on this issue for or against? Okay. Well, hearing none, I'll close the public hearing on this item and move for approval on item 2022-323.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and second for approval of this item regarding the JAG grant. Are there any questions or comments? Hearing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? That motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, Mayor. The next item, 2022-324, considerations of performance-based incentive for Wife Advantage. I will open the public hearing on this item and turn the floor over to Director of Economic Development, Sandy Dunbecky.
Good evening, Mayor and members of Council and staff and guests. I am Sandy Dunbeck, Director of High Point Economic Development, and I, along with my colleagues Sarah Stevenson and Montana Brown, are pleased to bring you this proposed downtown office project for High Point. The company is Coldwell Banker Advantage, a part of CB Advantage, which is an American real estate franchise owned by Realogy, a Fortune 500 company since 2013. The employees and sales associates are exactly the types of positions that we would like to have in our downtown, and their location would aid in the city's downtown redevelopment strategies. This is the fourth project to be considered for the targeted downtown incentives. With us here in council chambers tonight is Kevin Jay, President of CB Advantage Triad and the High Point Office Manager, along with other Coldwell Banker agents. The city's downtown targeted policy covers the MSD in which the 275 North Elm Street Bedrock Building is located. No lease has been executed yet for this company and this space. After discussions with company officials, we are recommending rental and upfit assistance to help in the early years of this potential downtown project. Should the company choose downtown High Point, they would lease, initially it was 5,605 square feet. The project has actually grown, I believe, to 6,190 square feet for a period of 5 years with options to renew. And they would also have this team of people working at that building. The positions at the location would include management, administrative, and sales position. For the project, the High Point EDC staff recommends up to $350,389 in cash grant incentives should the company choose to locate in downtown High Point. These incentives would be paid out over 4 years and are calculated based upon the 80-60-40-20 of base rent and include $50,000 in upfit assistance. The source of the funding would be the city's Economic Development Incentive Fund, which is funded by general and electric revenues. And any such incentives would be subject to the company meeting the leasing and upfit requirements spelled out in a performance agreement. The company expects to make its location decision on whether to choose this downtown High Point location within approximately the next 30 days. So now I'd like to turn the presentation over to Kevin J., President of Triad Marketplace for CB Advantage, so that he can share more about the project.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor Wagner, council members and staff. It's my honor and privilege to be speaking with you tonight. My presentation, I'll try to keep it just shy of 45 minutes. I know you got a lot on your agenda tonight, so I'll move quickly. I do want to take just a brief moment to share with you who we are. So Coldwell Banker began its business in High Point in 1997 as Coldwell Banker Triad, residing over on North Main Street. And in 2003, moved to our current location at 2212 East Chester Drive. Okay, and that's where we've conducted our business, grown our business, and worked with our clientele since then. These days, we are in consideration for a new location that kind of speaks to the innovation, the wants and needs of our sales associates, and place to meet our client needs. So just a quick glance of who Coldwell Banker is. So in Coldwell Banker Advantage, my apologies. In 2019, Coldwell Banker Advantage acquired Coldwell Banker Triad. As part of the merger, we became part of a bigger enterprise, primarily in the Triangle area, but as you can see on the screen, the partnership moves all the way through to the Seacoast. And if you look all the way up there in the upper left-hand corner, you will see our 6 offices that make up the Triad region. So tonight I'm here to speak to you specifically about our High Point office, our team, and our desires for our new location. So firstly, what I'd like to share with you, and I feel that it's important to know about our agents and our philosophy in bringing real estate sales associates into our company, is our CBA way. When anyone joins our company as an employee or a sales associate, this is a document that is reviewed with them, is signed off on by them, and we hold them to these 6 tenets. So in our business, it's important that we act in ways that allow us to continue to always do the right thing. We always put our clients, consumers first. We always follow the golden rule, treat others as you wish to be treated. And for us, discrimination is not tolerated, whether it's a front-facing consumer standpoint or within our company itself. One of the great things I love about our company is we do ask our agents to be involved in the communities that they work in. On behalf of my High Point team, I think that they do an incredible job in supporting the community. Another important element is our knowledge-based, professional standards and ethics is high priority for us. We always disclose information to the prospective buyer or the general public, and we don't ask our folks to be gunslingers out in the world. When in doubt, ask, never shoot from the hip. So these are 6 tenets that we start with every sales associate that joins our firm. Very quickly, what we do, so we run under the tagline of "with you all the way," okay? And that is more than just a tagline. That is front-facing to the consumer, and it is a message to our agent. In our opinion, our agents and their clients are our client. Our job is to provide full-service real estate support, systems and platforms that help the sales associate and the clients navigate a rapidly changing industry. So we stay on the cutting edge and make sure that we are supporting our agents in that way. Effectively, we have, in our High Point, 38 sales associates, all running independent small businesses, and our goal and our objective is to help them grow their business to the extent they want it. For the client, so we are a full-fledged a sales and marketing firm. We've got all the bells and whistles to help get a client's property sold or purchased through not only Coldwell Banker, but the platforms that are provided and the support that's provided from our parent company, Coldwell Banker. For the public, I think it's important to note tonight that in our current location, and we hope to move this forward in our new location, is we really want to be great advocates for the public, for the consumer. We do that by virtue of education. We make our facilities available to not just our team to help clients navigate a purchase or understand lending and strategies there, or first-time home buyer seminars. And so we really strive to make that happen out of our current location. One of the benefits of our look downtown is to be a more visible asset in that regard. So what do we want to do moving forward? As I mentioned, we want to continue to grow our office. It's all about growth for us, our High Point team, and where we stand in our market share in our industry. Okay? We are inclined and open to working with the city of High Point in achieving your home ownership goals. Some information that I've learned recently is kind of the development strategy for the Southwest Ward. Interestingly enough, a heat map of our business indicates that the majority of our business comes inside High Point proper and Point South. So really this kind of embeds us even further into the areas that we're doing business with in. The other thing that we want to do is continue to support the public in pursuit of their home ownership. As I mentioned, we actively make ourselves available and support and educate and run seminars that will help consumers understand what their purchase in real estate or the sale of their home really means to them. There's a great avenue here to work in concert with the city, your various departments, community development, housing authority. I believe that they also run those same kind of programs for the general public, so there may be an avenue for us to kind of really work in concert there. To the extent, I think Sandy mentioned that we had worked an additional 700 square feet into our proposal, and the reason for that was on the first floor of this facility really provided us an opportunity to have a full-fledged education center for the general public on the fourth floor that was readily available literally from the street. So we were we were excited that the space became available, and it provides a great opportunity for that. Okay? So why do we want to come downtown High Point? Well, one would say it's kind of where our roots are. It's where the bulk of our business is. One of the things that I can tell you about me and my team in High Point is we have been staunch supporters for everything that has happened in downtown, all the way going back to the ballpark, its inception. We've been supporters of that. We're excited about the revitalization, the business development, and the business is coming to downtown. We find that just like you're growing, just like you're creating excitement, enthusiasm, and a sense of community in downtown High Point, this is precisely where we align ourselves and our company. And we want to be great advocates to the city in a visible location that really allows us to connect even deeper into the city. The other purpose of being downtown, I just mentioned to you the education aspect of our company, and we really stand by that. Whether it's us leading the education or folks from the city participating with us in that education, we think that we can really have a public environment right there at our office where folks can come and learn. And how we manage our way through that or notify the general public, I think we can sort through, but I think it's critically important that folks know that that resource is there. The other thing is we really believe in community. We are 38 agents that are advocates and proponents of housing in High Point. We are ambassadors to the city. We support various organizations, and I wrote them down because I told Sandy that I wrote down 20, and she wanted me to peel it back just a bit. So, but just, you know, in addition to serving our industry via the High Point Regional Association of Realtors, the MLS, the NCAR, North Carolina Association of Realtors, we are knee-deep in it all the time. We root for our sales associates that want to be a part of those organizations. But in addition to that, we provide support, volunteerism, fundraising for family services of the High Point Foundation, High Point Arts Council, Good Friends of High Point, Habitat for Humanity, Veterans Appreciation events throughout the year, Second Harvest Food Bank are just a few that happen in this immediate area. My list was 20, but I think you can see the impact of where our sales associates, our team, our company likes to be engaged with the community. And so I go back to kind of where I started. What you guys have done is impressive, and I think it really aligns with where we are in our desire to grow. You guys have heard where we want to increase our size by 21 agents, okay? And that's substantial in and of itself, but what it should mean to you in addition to that is we have an opportunity just within our company to serve as the central hub for the Triad offices now. We do it now at our current location, and by virtue of education and classes and seminars and industry speakers, I mean, theoretically, we can have 50 to 100 additional people visiting our office every month, and that's a significant number when you start thinking about the fact that we pepper these things in on a weekly basis, a monthly basis, so there's a lot of exposure. I truly think that we will grow. The numbers I gave you were conservative, but I'm entirely optimistic that we're going to grow at lightning speed, so we're thankful for the opportunity to be considered here tonight, and I appreciate your time. Thank you so much.
Any questions, comments? If you'd have just a second, I got a couple of questions, and obviously, I believe everything that you've said, and I've seen it as a liaison to the High Point Realtors. It's a segment that I have a vested interest in, and everything you said true. I just had a couple of specifics because
Sure.
I've had some concerns for the last few years about our industry. What is your relationship or autonomy from a group called Anywhere Real Estate or Realology. Are you familiar with them?
Oh, Rheology?
Yeah, they changed their name to Anywhere Real Estate.
Yeah, so that's the parent company of not only Coldwell Banker National,
Yep.
but ERA, Century 21. They're all kind of folded into that parent company ownership. We are effectively a franchise of Coldwell Banker.
So they have no say-so in
Now,
your operation.
Great question. So we rely on CB National for the resources that we need from CB National. It's part of our franchisee agreement, but we run independently without directive. I would say if it comes down, I'm going to move on to the next string so I can kind of give you a little bit of clarity there. So where Coldwell Banker National was involved was in our rebranding strategy for the entire brand. That was there, right? So we all run under this new banner. But we operate, each franchise operates independently from each other, and the parent company in each office technically operates independently within itself.
Good. I mean, look, the city and the citizens have invested heavily in the downtown, which obviously you support. We want it to be very successful. I can have a skeptical side to me. Not on that personally, but if you look at the funding that is behind Anywhere Real Estate, a lot of that money is hedge fund money. Mm-hmm. And hedge fund money has not been doing a lot of great things, in my opinion, for the last little bit.
Yeah.
And I know you're well aware, across the country, they have basically been competing with your agents and yourself and myself.
You are keenly aware, yes, that is true.
I am. And they are, if you look at the makeup of the funding of Realology and Anywhere Real Estate, they are prominently in it. So I wanted to make sure that you could assure me, before considering taxpayer incentives, that they don't have sway over how you operate.
Yeah, so it's a fair question, and I really do appreciate that, because sometimes it gets lost in the clouds there of how the franchisee works within the franchisor. What I can assure you is the proposal and the lease agreement that we're considering is clearly between Wythe Advantage and CB Advantage. It is our company dollars that we are funding into this new location. There will be, the one thing that I probably think is worth noting here, which is not an issue for us, where Coldwell Banker National typically would get involved is if two Coldwell Banker franchisees were competing in the same market area, and we don't even operate that way amongst ourselves. We have offices in different market areas, but if, Joe Smith, Coldwell Banker, wanted to come into High Point and compete against Coldwell Banker Advantage, that's where the national brand would intercede and prevent them from moving into the market area.
Well, I appreciate you for the open
You're
and
welcome.
honest discussion. I haven't been able to peel back enough levels of the onion yet, but Mr. Thibodeau referred to his property taxes going up, which we all have. I'm firmly convinced that the past activity of the last handful of years is with hedge funds moving into the residential market is part of that.
Right.
But that's a whole different ball of wax. But it does play prominent in the way you guys make your living, and some of us as well. So any other comments or questions on this item? Is there anyone else here to speak on this item? Well, let me get my computer back up there. Then hearing none, I will close the public hearing, and I will make a favorable motion for approval of item 2022-324.
Second. Okay. There's a motion and a second for approval of this item. Are there any questions or comments from council?
Mayor Wagner, I just want to say how much I'm excited about this. I know that we've been in this growth mode for several years now, and I don't want to take for granted the opportunities that continue, I think, to come to our community. It's something to be said when you believe in something, folks come together around that, and you continue to see the fruit of that over and over. And so I'm excited about Coldwell Banker Advantage coming to our downtown and wish you all the best in that location.
Thank you.
I'll say this too, be prepared, because the hot dogs and the sushi.
And the mini donuts are awesome too.
The mini donuts, the coffee, the bar, everything's good.
Yes, sir.
Just be prepared.
Thank you.
All commission dollars going out the door the first time.
Yeah.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you, everybody.
Anyone else? Hearing none, all those in favor of approval of this item, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Is there anyone opposed? That motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next is another incentive item. Oh, that's you. Sorry, I'm stealing your thunder.
No word. Item 2022-325, I'll open the public hearing on performance incentives for Ethnicraft USA, and we'll turn the floor back over to Sandy Dunbeck.
Yes, thank you very much, Mayor, Councilman Moore, and members of council. Again, I'm Sandy Dunbeck, and my colleagues Sarah Stevenson and Montana Brown are here with me to bring you this second project, which is a proposed industrial expansion for High Point. And the company itself is Ethnicraft USA, a Belgian-owned company that established a High Point US location in 2017. And with us here tonight in council chambers is Stefan Herbrechts. I hope I said that reasonably well. He's Chief Operating Officer with Ethnicraft USA. And they have had exceptional growth with its European-style furnishings business, and they are considering expanding and continuing that growth here in High Point. Under consideration is the construction of a brand-new 160,000 square foot facility, which will be potentially expandable to 240,000 square feet in Gallimore Industrial Center off of Gallimore Dairy Road. The company proposes to maintain its 41, I believe that's now 43 position in the time we've been working on this, and they pledge to create 25 new positions at this potential new locations. The new positions would be customer service representatives, marketing and sales representatives, warehouse associates, business unit managers, accounting, and operations analyst. For the project, this project has an investment of over $17,920,000 in new real and personal property, and the retention of those 43 positions and addition of 25 new positions. High Point EDC staff recommends up to $127,949 in performance-based cash grant incentives should the company expand in High Point. These incentives could be paid out over a period of 4 years. And again, those incentives, that funding comes from the High Point, from the city's Economic Development Incentive Fund, funded by general and electric revenues, and they would be subject to the company meeting benchmarks spelled out in a performance agreement. The company does expect to make its location decision on whether to expand within High Point in the third or fourth quarter of 2022. And with that, I'd like to now turn the presentation over to Stefan, who has joined me here this evening.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of council and guests. Thank you for having me here tonight and giving me the opportunity to present our project to you now. My name is Stefan. I'm the COO of Ethnicraft USA, and I represent the owners of the Ethnicraft Group. I started working at Ethnicraft 7 years ago when I finished college, and I moved here about 5 years ago to start Ethnicraft USA. And before I start, I actually wanted to take a moment to express some gratitude to the High Point community. When I moved here from outside the country, it was my first time in the United States, and it was a little daunting, and I honestly didn't really know what I was getting into. And I must say, I was welcomed by a very warm and helpful community that has helped me throughout this, I would say, adventure even. and I'm happy to be a part of that community right now. Anyway, that's enough about me, and I want to talk about our project next. So Etnicraft is a Belgian design, manufacturing, and distribution company. It was founded in 1995, and it's still owned by its founders, Benoit and Philippe. We believe that furniture is a part of the identity of your home, and we want to be a part of that by creating authentic and timeless furniture. Our designs are centered around the use of solid wood and natural warm materials. We create both indoor and outdoor furniture and furniture for every room of your house, as well as office spaces and hospitality spaces. On the slide here, you can see a couple examples of that. There's the outdoor furniture, a sectional with a side table, a credenza, and a bar area with a table and some seating. Today, Etnicraft is active globally, and since 2017, our site here in High Point has been part of that global representation. Our main activities here are sales and distribution. But within every community we're operating, we try to look for ways that we can give back, and we try to do this in the most direct way possible to us. For example, here in High Point, we have made donations, furniture donations, to organizations that help homeless people. Next, I would like to talk about some numbers since we got here. As I said earlier, when I moved here in 2017, I came all alone. I put on some shorts, a t-shirt, and I started unloading containers with a hand truck. And since then, I think we've had some amazing growth. And on the top graph, you can see the growth numbers for the last couple of years. And that resulted in that our company is now 10 times the size than it was when we started here in 2017. And we hope to continue this growth and double again in size in the next 4 to 5 years. Our growth is also very visible in the amount of people we employ here, which is shown in the bottom graph of this slide. Today, Etnicraft USA employs 43 people, up from the 41 in the notice. And one thing which we pride ourselves and get a lot of compliments for is that we have a diverse workforce. We employ a lot of different people with different backgrounds in a lot of different positions within our organization, and that's something I'm personally even proud of as well. Now, with all the growth that we've been talking about, that brings us to where we're at today. And currently, we're operating out of 4 locations within High Point, of which we own 2 of them, actually. And even though we put a lot of effort and money in those buildings, especially in our Taylor site, we have reached our limitations at those locations. From a distribution point of view, which is kind of the majority of what we do, working out of multiple locations creates inefficiencies and even frustrations within our organization. On top of that, we're also in need of more physical space to increase our inventory, as inventory is the base of our future growth. And lastly, and importantly, we need more office space. And on the bottom of this slide, you can see a picture of our current offices, and not every desk looked taken, but every desk in there is taken, but people are working from home, and if they all do come, it gets pretty busy in there. Anyway, to further expand, we need a distribution warehouse, and for us that translates in a building with more height. The reason for this is that storage capacity is very important for us, and we can store more on the same square footage with the racking system we work with that you can see on the picture on the top right there. We were also looking for a site that has potential that we can even increase further so that we're ready for the long term as well. And lastly, we want this place to be a place where our employees feel at home and where we can welcome our overseas colleagues and invite customers. So the location had to be easy accessible for current and future employees as well as guests. So we start researching inside and outside of High Point where the best place would be to achieve this. Now, why High Point, right? And there's a couple of reasons for us that we do think High Point is a good fit for us. I think, first of all, there's High Point Furniture Market, and as you all know, furniture market is still very important in the furniture world, and thus also for us. And being so close to it has helped us in the past, and we think it will also help us in the future. And maybe in extension to that, I feel that there's a full ecosystem here of furniture suppliers, whether it's furniture carriers, hardware suppliers, or others. And even the vicinity of competitors is an advantage for us because it brings in more people for us as well. We were also able to find qualified talent here, and we think that North Carolina as well as High Point are good areas to do business in. And these are all good reasons for us to stay, and we hope these reasons will be maintained and will remain valid in the future. On the next slide, I want to zoom in a little bit on where our customers are located. And as you can see, we have a high concentrations of customers on the West Coast. And because of that, we've done research in other locations than High Point. But High Point is and stays our preferred option. And we want High Point to remain an important part in our North American distribution. And that brings us to the actual project of the night. Our research has led us to a location that checked a lot of our boxes, which is the site at Gallimore Industrial Center on Gallimore Dairy Road. Board and that we created that shows what we would like to achieve in those spaces from a more office point of view. If we were to move forward with this project, this would lead up to a capital expense of almost $80 million. We also want to retain and move all our existing jobs. And the way we want to do this we currently offer a competitive salary and benefits package, which includes covering health insurance at 100%, which is again something that we pride ourselves on. We've also communicated openly with our employees about our future expansion plans because I think it's important to hear their opinions. And mostly everyone is very excited for this potential move, and they see the need why we need to do that and have indicated that they're willing to move with us. Lastly, if we were to move forward with this project, our local presence in the US would increase. And with that, it also increases the need for higher skilled personnel in different fields. And it would also open the potential for us of transferring different business units to the US. For example, in Belgium, we're testing a new concept by renting out furniture, but to promote circularity. So when items do get returned, we actually repair them and we actually rent them out again, and therefore creating less waste in the world. So with that, we would be creating at least 25 new jobs. And as Sandy mentioned, these would be jobs in all layers of our company: warehouse associates, woodworkers, members in the marketing and finance team, operational analysts, and customer service people. That concludes my presentation. Mr. Mayor, members of council, I want to thank you again for giving the opportunity to present this to you. And if there are any questions, I would gladly answer them now.
Thank you very much. He's already asked. Any questions or comments?
Very impressive. Thank you for coming to High Point in 2017, and we really hope that you stay. So, very impressive.
I just want to say I thank you for your commitment to sustainability, the creating a circular economy and shrinking the footprint. Yes. Environmental footprint is something that I know a lot of European companies are committed to.
We like that, yeah.
So I thank you for bringing that concept here, and maybe more U.S. companies will catch on.
We hope so, yes.
Where do you showroom right now? Or what is your...
Right now we don't have a fixed space, so we rent on the interhall level, which is the main floor in the IHFC building.
Okay. Do you have a plan for the new space that you would show there, or do you think you would continue to be showing in the area downtown?
Our lease in Interhall is basically a 6 months lease technically, and every 6 months for the past 5 years we've evaluated every time if that's how we wanted to continue. But we're definitely also gonna generate, we want to be able to invite customers over to our location, and we will be showing furniture pieces there as well, yes.
Any other comments or questions from council? Is there anyone else here to speak on this matter? Okay. Hearing none, we'll close the public hearing on this item and recommend item 2022-325 for approval.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second for approval of this item. Are there any questions or further comments from council? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor of approval of this item, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Are there anyone opposed? That motion passes.
All right, Mayor, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
We appreciate it. Hope you'll consider it.
Thank you.
If you'd have let me go about 30, 40 minutes ago when I tried to, you'd have been done with me, but I think that's all for finance.
I think it was worth the extra time. Okay, next on the agenda are Community Development Committee items, and I'll recognize Councilmember Williams, who chairs that committee.
Thank you, Mayor. The first item up is item 2022-326, ordinance demolition of dwelling 1407 East Avenue. I will turn the floor over to Lori Lisman.
Councilman Williams, I did forget to tell you before the meeting, excuse me, I am going to be pulling the previous item, 2315 East Green, asked for that to be pulled out of pending to be heard as well.
I was going to hit that.
Okay.
But you want me to do that?
No.
Okay.
I was just, I failed to mention it. Oh, that is not mine.
While she's doing that, you want me to go ahead and just make that motion now? Because don't we have to do it here? Okay. So I'll make the motion to pull 2315 East Green from pending to be heard tonight.
Second.
There's a motion and a second to pull that item and have it heard tonight. Are there any questions or comments? Hearing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? That motion passes.
All right. None.
Thank you. The first case that we're bringing tonight is 1407 East Avenue. This property was observed by an inspector. It was unsecured, so they started a case on it after observing the conditions. We made our first inspection on March 28th of 2019. We held a hearing on March 23rd of 2022 that no one appeared for. We issued an order to repair or demolish on March 23rd, 2022 with a compliance date of April 25th, 2022. These pictures were originally taken in the house back in January, so I just wanted to make sure that was clear. The exterior pictures were just taken a few weeks ago. The owner has had obtained a permit, RC 190370. But it was canceled in January of this year because they'd not called in for any inspections and not done any work. On October 11th of 2019, the inspector handling the case at the time did meet with Mr. Paulino and reviewed what needed to be done for compliance, and Mr. Paulino stated he had already obtained his permit and that he would be repairing the house for him to live in. The inspector advised that we would need to see steady progress in passing inspections in a timely manner, and Mr. Paulino stated he understood. On May 21st, 2021, a potential buyer contacted our office asking about the property, and then on June 3rd of 2022, the inspector called Mr. Paulino and left a message about calling us back about the property to get a status update, and we have not heard back from him.
Thank you. Is there any questions for staff on this item? Is there anyone here to speak for or against this item? All right, seeing none, I'll make the motion to approve item 2022, 326 ordinance demolition of dwelling 1407 East Avenue.
Second. Okay, there's a motion and a second for approval of the ordinance. Are there any comments or questions? Okay. Hearing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? That motion passes unanimously.
All right, next up is item 327, demolition of dwelling 1707 Wellburn Street. And the floor to the Lord.
This property we originally inspected in December of 2021. This was reported to us by the fire department that the house is in bad condition. We held a hearing on December 21st of 2021 that no one appeared for. We issued an order to repair or demolish on December 22nd of 2021 with a compliance date of January 24th, 2022. Mr. Perez, the owner, did come into the office in January of 2022 and spoke with the inspector. He stated he would be cleaning the property out and would need about 45 days to get the property into compliance. He planned to repair it and sell it. The inspector reminded Mr. Perez to obtain any required permits, and Mr. Perez had stated that he had had medical issue in December, but he's feeling better and wanted to get started on the plans. And that is all we have for that property.
Thank you, Lori. Is there any questions for staff on this item?
Did you say, or did I miss you, about the status of paid or delinquent on taxes or anything on this particular?
That was not, let me double check. I don't think that was on there. I don't think it was. No, they were not delinquent on taxes.
All right. Any other questions for staff?
Yeah, on this one, just sort of going through your pictures, I gotta admit, most times when we get the first picture tells it all. But in looking at this, it doesn't look, I don't know, I mean, I saw, aside from the clutter, and then I saw some holes. Can you tell me exactly what we feel is the major issue here? I see the clutter, I'm not negating that. But I guess I'm not seeing the smoking gun here. And maybe it's just my eye not knowing what to look for.
The top violations that, we have a report that I have, but I also on the summary for you all, I just put like the 5 top ones. And we have repair, replace roof, sheathing and covering, repair, replace rotten flooring throughout, repair, replace ceiling and wall material throughout, repair, replace the back porch, and repair, replace siding treated, or treat with exterior protective coating. So the roof being an issue, the floors being an issue, definitely drive the cost up in repairs.
Do you have pictures of those particular ones? 'Cause
It's hard to get pictures of roofs sometimes, but and that's an outbuilding in the back of the property. And this one has trees that are growing over it, but if you can see up towards the top, you can see some roof issues there. And then there's probably behind the tree, there's some roof issues. But if you notice some of the pictures, also on the interior, that's a little more telling. And there's a hole underneath the window on the wall. With it leaking like this, they had holes like this in about 3 different rooms that I showed pictures of. So that's definitely roof issues that they're having, which then could be some of the structural issues in the roof, and then insulation that has to be replaced, and possibly electric in the attic that goes through that has some hanging wiring.
and the fire department raised concern with it.
They made us aware of it being unsafe. They did not report a fire, but they somehow came across it and notified us that it was in bad condition. And I will look to see if they placed an X. I don't see that they placed an X on the house, which means it's unsafe for them to enter, but they're the ones who brought the house to our attention.
What was the last communication with the owner?
January 18th of this year.
Lori, what year was this house constructed?
It does not have the year on this sheet of the tax information. So I apologize. I'm not sure. It's not on that sheet that I printed out.
And remember, when we're talking about demolitions, it's how much of the percentage of the value of the house that this goes over or into to qualify for demolition. So it's obviously past that threshold.
For the roof repairs and like the floor repairs.
Yeah, another structural points, and it's not always that visible. I can tell you that. When you start talking about going into it, going behind the walls, and you have moisture into a place for over a number of times, you're speaking of mold, and all that requires cleaning up, removal.
That's why I asked Councilman Hudson, just his opinion, because he does that work or has that background, if this one would be salvageable.
Because frankly, that stone facade in the front of it kind of threw me first, because I was thinking, oh, wait a minute, this is nice. And then when we start seeing the interior and some of the back and the rock along the, is that the soffit, I'm thinking? Yep, all that.
And a coworker just let me know, right, coworker, yes, new coworker, just let me know this house was built in 1924.
Thank you. Lori, if it is issued, demolition order is issued, Will the owner have any time to cure this or stop this in between the time this is issued and the time demolition begins?
We issue a notice after this council meeting, if it's upheld, letting them know that the ordinance has been passed. Sometimes they reach out to us, sometimes they don't. Sometimes someone who's interested in buying it will all of a sudden call us and say they're trying to talk to the property owner. We will try to always work with them. As you noticed on the update that Mr. Williams does, we have 8 houses currently in that process. So we do our best to work with them as long as they do what we ask of them, which is pretty minimal. It's just giving us a timeline, when they plan to start, when they plan to finish, and meet those benchmarks in between. And as long as they're getting their permits and passing inspections and making progress, we'll allow either the current owner or the previous owner to, or excuse me, a potential buyer, if they purchase it, to do that.
Yeah, I don't know if this is a lost cause. I know that it may be more cost than the owner thinks, but, you know, if he chooses to go that route.
And the other, just as a kind of in addition to some things that were said previously, when they have to pull permits, that may change some of the work they have to update as well. So when they go in and they have to if they have to cut out walls and do things like that and expose wiring, that may change the permitting and the state requirement as far as bringing things up to code, not just a minimum housing code. And any house is salvageable. I have people tell me they're not salvageable, and then some people say, you know, that there's lost. Any house is salvageable if somebody wants to invest in it and fix it.
Thank you. Laura, any other questions?
What Laura just said about the permitting process is a very valid point. It doesn't look expensive until you realize when you remodel this bathroom, you have to have an electric permit. When you do that, it means you have to change whatever you open up, you have to bring that up to code, which also goes back to the meter box, which also, you know, especially services can be an expensive repair.
Being someone who converted a screw fuse into a breaker and the amount of money that costs, can be substantial.
Maybe you'll verify with Jan if you really did that.
Oh, we will. She will tell you. We lost a vacation because of that. So are there any other questions for the staff?
Chairman Williams, I will say just, I mean, I appreciate all that's been shared. This one just gives me a pause, and I'm not quite sure why. I just read also that the guy had a stroke in December. Mr. Sanchez, is that his name? I don't know, it's Sanchez Perez. It's giving me pause, because, I mean, normally there's a real big smoking gun on a lot of these, like literal tax delinquency and a number of things.
It's 100-year-old homes.
Yeah, it's about to celebrate 100 years, and I mean, I just feel like the amount of houses I ride by that are 10 times worse than this, we're voting on this tonight, I don't know.
I think, and trust me when I tell you this over the number of years we're doing this, whether we've come to a situation similar to this, the key point is communication. As someone talks, and she said the last time they spoke was in January. And there's, regardless, you do have, actually we're in the 7th month, there could have been anything that, and the staff has done a really good job of giving people opportunity under certain circumstances to work with. We put things in pending, we've given them opportunities even after ordinances passed, you know, and et cetera, et cetera. So I think is, you know, if we haven't gotten a response since January, they put the ordinance in, they get the notifications that it's done, then we can see what happens after that. If they reach out, if they see now, you know, the button's pushed, I think that's the best way to go. And this was something that we kind of agreed to do because we would run into this on every single issue, every single option that we lean to the expertise of staff. That's my 2 cents.
We also take into account as a council that this house has neighbors, and those neighbors have lived beside an abandoned house for several years. We have to take them into account as well, hurts their neighborhood.
And we figure in everything. And we're talking, you know, I don't know if this would actually be an owner occupant when you figure in other programs such as Operation Inasmuch and the opportunity that's been around for a number of years. It's still, you know, I do understand your hesitation, but we have to make a decision when it comes to public safety.
Chairman Williams, I have a question. Because like y'all are commenting that what is the smoking gun? So let me ask Ms. Loosemore, how do we prioritize which houses come up for demolition?
I do my best, and early
Okay.
on, I did my best to just, the oldest first, to bring them. We do have some cases that I bring that you'll hear. We had an inspection like the previous that happened maybe several years ago. We just had the hearing. It's not that we weren't doing anything during that time. We have to have legal notification to all owners and parties of interest. So sometimes it may be an air property, sometimes we can't find people, and we have to do our due diligence and have it documented. Otherwise, if they come back and it happens 6 years from now, 10 years from now, and they say, why did you do that, and how'd you do it, and when did you serve me, we have to be able to answer those questions. So that's why some cases seem to have a lag time in there.
Any other questions? Thank you, Lori. Is there anyone here to speak for or against this item? All right, that being said, I will make the motion to approve item 2022-327, ordinance demolition of dwelling 1707 Wellburn Street.
Second. Okay. There's a motion and a second for approval of the ordinance. Any questions or comments from council? Hearing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Is there anyone opposed? That motion passes unanimously.
Finally, I will go back to the item pulled from pending, which is 2315 East Green Drive. And the floor is yours again, Laura.
This property we originally inspected in February 4th of 2022. The inspector observed it and we made an inspection. The hearing was held on February 23rd of 2022. Jose Martinez, the brother of the owner, appeared for the hearing, and he stated they were planning to demolish the property, but that it would be the summer before they would have the money. He also asked for a list of contractors, demolition contractors from us, which we provided. We issued an order to repair or demolish with a compliance date of on the 24th of February, with the compliance date of March 23rd, 2022. On May 24th, 2022, the inspector spoke with Mr. Martinez by phone and to ask when they thought they would be moving forward with the demolition. And he stated they were trying to sell, now they're trying to sell the property. So I'd already had this prepared to come to council on June 6, 2022, and this is when we placed this case in pending until today. This was to allow Mr. Martinez time to get a game plan together and what they plan to do, and I gave him until July 5th when we met. I spoke to him on July 5th, and he had sold the property, but to his brother, and we did have a list pendants recorded, so that the case does transfer over. He then stated he wanted to talk to his pastor, because his pastor is a contractor, and he wanted to get his opinion on whether it was worth repairing the house or to demolish it. Then Mr. Martinez called on July 11th and stated that now he wanted to sell the property. And on the 14th, I spoke to him and advised him I would be bringing it back to City Council, that he did not really have a consistent plan on what he was going to do and carried forward with it. And so I did let him know it would be heard again tonight, and that I would be recommending a demo ordinance, but due to his inability to make a decision. But just like if he sells it and they come up and decide they can fix it and they have a good plan together, we'll work with them on that. And I'm not sure if Mr. Martinez came or not.
All right, well, thank you. Is there any questions on this one for staff? All right, thank you, Lori. Now, is there anyone here to speak for or against this item? All right, if you would. Oh, okay, I'm sorry. You're staff. Okay, I'm sorry about that. So I'm seeing no one. I will make the motion to approve the demolition of, demolition of 2315 East Green Drive.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second for approval of this item. Are there any questions or comments from council? Okay, hearing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Is there anyone opposed? Okay, hearing none, that motion passes unanimously.
All right. I said finally before, but I was incorrect. I do have one more item. It is I get there again. Okay, is item 2022-329, public hearing on the Community Development and Housing 2022-23 Annual Action Plan. And I will turn the floor over to staff. Did we, okay, never mind. Was that the ARPA, was that you from earlier? You got a report from ARPA earlier?
No, this is the annual action plan.
I'm so sorry. I'm talking about COVID funding. Disregard everything I just said, and I'll turn the floor over to you. My mind has went somewhere else.
Rewind.
Okay, good evening, Mayor, members of council, and our city manager. I am Nina Wilson, the interim director for Community Development and Housing. And tonight, I will be presenting our 2022 Annual Action Plan. The U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, or HUD, awards grants to eligible grantees to carry out a wide range of community development activities, such as strengthening neighborhoods, affordable housing, and public services. The City of High Point, as an entitlement community, is required to submit an annual action plan to HUD to qualify for an allocation of Community Development Block Grant, or CDBG funds, and the Home Investment Partnership Act funds. A public hearing before council is required before submission to HUD. And this plan has been available, let's see. The plan has actually been available for public comment and for 30 days. It began June 13th and just ended July the 15th, this past Friday. This is year 3 of the 5-year consolidated plan, which is the strategic plan that describes the sources, uses, and beneficiaries of our programs. And it primarily identifies how the city plans to use our CDBG and home funds. And the plan was made available on our website, as well as in our office. It was at the library and at the Community Development 4th Street office. And the strategic goals in our action plan and our consolidated plan are our housing strategy, which is to improve and increase decent, safe, and sanitary affordable housing. Our homeless strategy, which is to improve the living conditions and support services for those experiencing homelessness or who are at risk of homelessness. And our community development strategy, which is to improve the living conditions, quality of life, and community facilities. The special needs strategy, to improve living conditions and expand services and opportunities for those with special needs and or who are disabled. Our economic development strategy, which is to promote economic development opportunities through job training and job creation. And the administration, planning, and management strategy, which is to provide sound professional administration, planning, management, and program oversight. Our proposed sources include our federal funds, the CDBG, and home funds. And you will see there in red, our allocation for 2022 for the CDBG program is $907,786. And that is a slight decrease from last year. And then for home, we will receive $601,178, which is a $50,000 increase. The table to your left actually includes not only the allocations, but program income and any funds that we will be carrying forward from prior years. And I do want to point out with the home program, that is a significant difference, the $600,000 to the 2.2. In prior years, we have had several multifamily projects that have not moved forward. I can think of 3 in particular. And those projects, our commitment to those projects totaled about $1.2 million. And so we are rolling those funds forward because we know one of the projects ultimately did not need our funds for them to carry that project out and complete it. So we want to carry those funds forward so that we can make them available in the current year's plan. And of course, we have our general funds. We receive money through the North Carolina Housing Finance Agency and our VITA program, the Volunteer Income Tax Assistance Program. And as you can see here, just to show you just a little, show it in a different format, you can see that about 75% of our funds are federal funds. The second largest source, of course, being the general fund, and then we receive a small amount from the state. The areas of impact or activities that we will undertake for the coming year, of course, fall within the area of affordable housing, which includes our emergency repair programs, down payment assistance, Operation Inasmuch, community capacity building, that is where we assist nonprofits through our public service grants, technical assistance to our neighborhood associations and groups in the VITA program, as well as our community gardens. And then strategic code enforcement, which is the public nuisance abatement and minimum housing code enforcement. In this table, I definitely will not go through each one of those, but these are the expenditures for the coming year. I will just point out that we do have funding for CEDRO to hopefully finish that project up within the next year. We do have 15 units that we still need to complete for the CEDRO project. That will give us the 19 units, but the first 4 units have been completed and sold. Where you see community housing development organizations and the Cable Street infrastructure. For the Cable Street project, we will need to put in that roundabout for emergency services at the end of the street. So we have allocated $400,000 for that particular project. And in the multifamily housing development, we have put allocated $500,000 there. We do have applications from 3 developers that were submitted to North Carolina Housing Finance Agency for low-income housing tax credit projects. We knew that we would not be able to commit to all 3 of those projects. We just did not have enough funding to do so. And so now the final applications have been submitted. So prayerfully, we will at least get 1, if not all 3 projects, but we will have some funds available to assist projects that may be awarded through North Carolina Housing Finance. And just to tell you a little bit about those 3 projects, 2 of the projects were submitted by Winfield Properties. One is located on Skeet Club, and the other is Sunset Drive, and both of those are senior projects. And then the other one was submitted by PG&C Development South, and that project is on Hartley Drive, which is Hartley Meadows, and that's a family project. For public services, these are our recommendations for the coming year for nonprofit public service grants. Because our nonprofit agencies have been struggling a little bit with capacity, we actually had some agencies that could not spend all of their funds this prior year. Even if some we allowed to extend their contracts. Others, they said, we think we're just gonna turn our money back in. So this year, we're actually able to fund every application that was submitted. This is the first time that we've been able to do that. And so we are looking at $119,713 to be administered through our public services grant program. So we were very pleased to be able to fund all of those agencies. And just for the schedule, we started this planning process in March, earlier this year with our citizen participation meetings. Then shortly after that, we received guidance from HUD saying that they did not want action plans submitted until we received our final allocations. And those allocations did not come out until May 13th. And as I said, the plan has been available for a 30-day review and comment period, June 13th through July 15th. We did a preliminary presentation of the budget with the CAC, and the public hearing, of course, is for tonight, and we will work on finalizing the plan over the next couple weeks. And then we will go back to the CAC. At the time that we presented to the CAC, it was sort of a rough draft, and it's just the budget portion, so we will actually do another presentation for the CAC. And so at this time, we would ask that a public hearing be held.
Okay. I'll open the public hearing. Okay. We Okay, is there anyone here to speak for or against this item? All right, with that, not seeing anyone, I'll close the public hearing and turn the floor back over to Nina.
Thank you. Are there any questions of council?
I got one thing,
Yes.
just want to clear up. Nina Wilson, I know who you are. When I said that, we heard you and I discussed COVID funding at the committee meeting.
That's correct.
I thought that you sent the report in and it was ARPA, so just want you to know I didn't completely lose my mind. I wasn't talking about the person that was making the presentation, I was talking about the report. So we are good. I blame Vic, he said something about jam my mind.
No, that's fine. What we said is that I would provide an update on that at the next CD
Right,
committee
no,
meeting.
you're right,
Okay,
you're right.
okay.
I just let it go. Okay, is there any questions for staff on this item? All right, seeing none, I'll make the motion to approve item 2022-329, public hearing, community development, and housing, 2022-23 annual action plan.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second for approval of this item. Is there any discussion among council? Questions? Hearing none, all those in favor of approval, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Is there anyone opposed? Motion passes unanimously.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
And that's all I have, ma'am.
Thank you. Before we get to the planning and development items, I'd like to recognize our manager and ask her, I believe she has a couple of new employees that she would like to present. Also.
Sure, thank you, Mayor. Mayor, members of council, I would take this opportunity to introduce two new staff members that we have with us. This is our first council meeting joining us. The first I will introduce is our newest Assistant City Manager, Mr. Damon Duquesne. If he will stand, please. Damon is a Navy vet and still recovering public servant. He comes with us with local government experience from both Arizona and also the state of North Carolina. Most recently, he was working in the private sector, and he is overseeing most of our public services departments and also recreation. So I want to welcome Damon to our first meeting. We also have our Planning Services Director, Mr. Shashil Nepal. He is coming to us with a progressive career in planning. Started in Michigan, Cedar Rapids, Michigan, and then worked for Central Atlanta Council of Governments and also two communities that are in close proximity to Charlotte. Shashil started with us on July 5th, and this is his first council meeting with us as well. We've had a number of transitions with long-term employees retiring, and we are filling those positions. We have great staff supporting both of these gentlemen, and I want to welcome them to the city pipeline.
Welcome aboard. Okay. All right, so there's one item that we're going to handle is a resolution of intent for annexation case 22-04. This would establish a public hearing date of August 15th, 2022 to consider the annexation of approximately 140 acres near National Highway, Garcia Kennedy Road, and west of South Road. These are Davidson County parcels and actually one parcel in Randolph County. So I will go ahead and make the motion to approve that resolution of intent to establish a public hearing date. Is there a second?
Second.
Here's a motion and a second. Any questions or comments on this item? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? And that motion passes. We now have several public hearing items. First one is City of High Point zoning map amendment case 22-13. I will open the public hearing and I'll recognize our staff for their presentation.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Herb Shannon, Senior Planner with the City of High Point Planning and Development Department, and I will be providing you with a staff summary of the various rezoning and annexation cases on your agenda for this evening. The first item is zoning map amendment case 22-13. This is located in the eastern portion of the city off of East Martin Luther King Jr. Drive. This is a continuation of the City of High Point's comprehensive zoning map amendment project. And just briefly, that project is one that's been ongoing where the Planning and Development Department has been evaluating land throughout the city, identifying areas where the zoning is out of sync with existing land use or land use policy, and proposing appropriate changes. The parcel that we want to present for you today is approximately an 8.5 acre commercial development known as the Easttown Village Development. It's about 48,000 square feet, where you have a commercial development and a exterior self-storage facility. This site obtained zoning approval in 1988 as a conditional use limited business district. Over the past 34 years, that site has met all the requirements of the zoning conditions. So the purpose is to remove that conditional use designation and just have the site governed by the LB district. So instead of rezoning it from conditional use limited business to just the limited business district. Those conditions that were established on the site pertain to landscaping within the parking lot. The development ordinance now governs that, so that if the site ever redevelops, those standards will be required. There was some also landscaping protection along the stream with the adoption of the random and watershed regulations in 2000. That is now part of the ordinance. And finally, there were some standards regarding right-of-way dedication. That property owner did dedicate the right-of-way, and that was used for the expanding of East MLK in the early 2000s from a 2-lane to a 4-lane road. So basically, those zoning conditions have been met. We no longer need that conditional use designation, and staff is recommending approval to rezone from conditional use limited business to the LB district. The Planning and Zoning Commission reviewed this request at their June public hearing and recommended approval. I'm sorry, this was reviewed at their May public hearing. The commission stated that the request is consistent with adopted policy guidance because the proposed zoning map amendments are supported by the various land use classification governing this area, and the request is reasonable and the public interest because the initial established conditions have been met and are now governed by standards of the development ordinance. And as always, anytime there's a zoning request, you have a statement of consistency and reasonableness that you must place in the public record. That's a brief summary of that zoning application. Are there any questions of staff at this time?
Anyone with questions? Okay. Is there anyone present who would like to speak in regard to this matter? Okay. Hearing none, I will make a motion for approval, and I will adopt the condition, the reasonableness and consistency statement as stated in the staff report. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second for approval of this item. Are there any questions or comments from council? Hearing none, all those in favor of approval of this item, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Is there anyone opposed? Okay, that motion passes unanimously. Next item is item 2022-332. This is Apple REI Fund LLC and the Safe Right heirs. This is an annexation case 22-03.
Yes, this application pertains to an approximately 37.3 acre tract of land located northwest of the intersection of Harvey Road and Jewel Avenue. The property is lying between Harvey Road and Shorewell Drive. This is a blow-up of the site in question. The area that you see highlighted in white, that's land that's already within the city of High Point. That orange color, those are lands within the city's jurisdiction or ETJ area. This site is within our ETJ, so the city already has zoning control for this area. There is no separate zoning application as the applicant is looking to develop the site under the existing residential single-family 5 or R5 zoning that governs this area. The applicant's requesting annexation to have access to city utilities in order to develop a 90-lot single-family subdivision. This annexation petition represents a logical progression of the city's annexation policy for this area. As you can see, the site abuts the city limits to the north and west, and there are also several parcels to the south that are within the city. So it's basically surrounded by the city's corporate limits, and there have been multiple annexations since the 1990s in this portion of the city for a variety of residential projects. City service vehicles are already present in this area, and the annexation of the site would not negatively impact the city's ability to provide services. Thus, staff is recommending approval of this annexation request. Are there any questions?
Any questions for staff? Okay, thank you, Mr. Cheney. Okay, public hearing is open. Is there anyone who would like to speak on this matter? Hearing none. I will make a motion for approval of annexation case 22-03. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second.
Mayor.
Yes?
Close the public hearing.
Oh, yeah, close the public hearing. All right, motion and a second. Are there any comments or questions from anyone on council? Okay, hearing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Is there anyone opposed? Okay, that motion passes unanimously. Next item on the agenda is zoning map amendment 22-14, Infinity Companies, Inc. Mr. Shannon, public hearing is open. Mr. Shannon,
Yes?
I'm recognizing.
Oh, okay, sorry. Yeah, zoning map amendment case 22-14 is a request to rezone a 2.9 acre parcel of land from the current residential single-family 3 or R3 zoning to a conditional zoning residential multifamily 16 district. The applicant's requesting rezoning to support a potential multifamily development on this property. The property is currently undeveloped. It's located along the north side of Futrell Drive, approximately 300 feet west of Bridges Drive. Surrounding zoning and uses to the north and east has a residential single-family 3 R3 zoning and developed with single-family dwellings. To the south, you have R3 with single-family with an office zoning on the opposite side of Futrell Drive. And to the west, there is a strip of land that separates this property from the budding development to the west. It's a 15-foot wide strip of land that has an R3 zoning. But past that, as you can see, this area just west of the site, you have a combination of multifamily and twin home development that has an RM and 16 district zoning. Based upon a courtesy review of a non-binding sketch plan, the applicant is considering the potential to develop a 3-story multifamily development with up to 46 dwelling units. In conjunction with the zoning application, the applicant has submitted a conditional zoning ordinance in which they've offered a condition that limits building height to 50 feet. Key points to note from the staff report: the zoning site is located in the middle of a neighborhood line between East Chester Drive and North University Parkway. Surrounding lands have developed with a mixture of commercial and office uses. Along the East Chester frontage of this neighborhood has developed with mostly office-type uses. Staff is not in opposition with the establishment of higher density residential lands in this area, but it's just the manner of development that has caused concerns. One may argue in support of the request that the adjacent lands to the west have developed with a similar manner as it has RM16 zoning and it has various multifamily or mixed-use developments. However, when you look at the land to the west, that's a separate non-connected street, Chester Ridge Drive, and those developments were on larger parcels and were not surrounded by existing single-family dwellings. That is a key concern that staff has with the request, the compatibility with the existing neighborhood that is located within. Based upon the applicant's submittal, we have included in your staff report various findings for your consideration. The key items that I would note to you are compatibility with the surrounding area. The zoning site does take access from a local street and is surrounded on 3 sides by existing single-family dwellings. The site has a unique flag-shaped configuration. To develop to the maximum density of 16 units per acre, there will be limitations on the manner in which a structure can be situated. So there are not a lot of options for moving a building around of that size while still meeting the maximum density. Also, that odd configuration may limit the applicant's ability to offer higher landscaping or perimeter buffering standards unless additional land is added to this development or the density is reduced. As always, with any zoning request, we look at the impacts and can they be mitigated. I would note standards of the development ordinance regarding screening of trash receptacles, perimeter parking lot landscaping will assist to mitigate impacts, and the applicant has offered that condition to reduce the building height to a maximum of 50 feet. The RM16 district allows a maximum height of 80 feet, so to be compatible with the surrounding single-family zoning, they've offered a condition for a maximum height of 50 feet, which is the maximum in the abutting R3 zoning district. But the key concern is the redevelopment of this neighborhood. Anytime there is a redevelopment, the first couple of projects set the tone. In regards to this particular site, the applicant is developing from the interior of the neighborhood. It would be more preferable if development occurred from the outside inward to eliminate situations where you have a development that's completely surrounded by lesser intensive uses. Staff is recommending denial of this request due to concerns about compatibility with the budding single-family homes that surround the site. A more desirable pattern would be to expand the development, if possible, to have that area from Bridges to a few trail rezone. And that's basically if there's a possibility of including all this area in the site, that will provide the ability for more flexibility in the way the site could be developed, the ability for the applicant to offer conditions for higher buffering standards or setbacks from the abutting single-family homes. Therefore, staff considers this request somewhat premature, recommendation of denial. Thus, in order to approve the request, it requires a 2/3 majority of the council members present and voting, or at least 6 votes for approval. As always, council must place in the official record a consistency and reasonableness statement. If council wishes to deny the request, you may use a statement that's being forwarded to you from the Planning and Zoning Commission. If council wishes to approve the request, you would need to formulate your own consistency statement. That's a brief summary of this request. Are there any questions of staff at this time?
I have a question. I was making my satellite map bigger, so I missed where you were highlighting the area that.
Staff was suggesting that if the area from Bridges Drive to Futrell, if that block could be rezoned, you would have a situation where you're more toward the outer edge of this development, and you would not be completely surrounded by single-family dwellings, and that would also provide the developer with some flexibility for buffering or higher setback standards from the adjacent single-family homes on the opposite side of Bridges.
But those properties aren't for sale, correct?
Staff did note that suggestion to the applicant. The applicant did attempt to work with those property owners, but they could not come to an agreement.
Oh, okay.
I have a question, Mr. Shannon. So on May the 2nd, we had the case on Carrick and Sunset.
Yes.
Winfield Properties case. And so that piece of property, you had office, I think it's Office Institutional on the eastern side of it. And then, actually it's eastern and southern, I think, because there's a few lots there on the southern side that are undeveloped that are, I think, are owned by the hospital or something. But the west side of that property is all single family. So that piece of property does not abut any existing multifamily. It's transitional, I guess, because it's has office on one side and on the other. And staff recommended approval of that item, but denial of this one. So can you tell me staff's thinking as far as those two cases and why the staff would recommend denial of this one when they supported the other one?
There are 2 items. First, there was policy from the core city plan that encouraged higher density development for that area. You also had a situation for that site where they directly abut office use. They acquired almost the entire block except for 2 lots. And where they did abut those 2 single-family lots, they offered to provide higher landscaping buffering standards. So because of the policy from the core city plan that supported higher density development in that area, and the fact that they did acquire almost the entire block and had room to offer some higher mitigation standards, that is why staff supported that proposal.
Anyone else have any questions?
Mr. Shannon, in terms of mitigation, has the developer offered to the community any mitigation efforts or plans that may change the minds of any of the residents?
As of today, I'm sorry.
No.
As of today, the only condition they've offered is to limit the building height.
To do what?
Limit the building height to a maximum of 50 feet rather than 80 feet as allowed in the RM16 district.
In terms of reducing the density, if there was an offer to reduce the density, would that have changed planning and zoning's or staff's recommendation?
That will be something that we would certainly be willing to take a harder look at if it was a lower density or the ability to offer some buffering or mitigation to the adjacent neighbors. I would think at that point we would like to drop back and evaluate that in a little bit more detail.
Anyone else have questions for staff? Thank you, Ms. Shannon. Okay, council will now hear from the applicant or the applicant's representative.
Mayor, City Council, my name is Eric Dickinson. I'm the owner and president of Affincia Companies, Affincia Engineering, and Affincia Construction. We're a vertically integrated engineering and construction company, and we specialize in multifamily, energy-efficient construction. The photo that you see in the presentation right now, that's a project that we worked on for a third-party client in Kernersville. It's a very successful project. That was an 86-unit, age-targeted, over 55 project, and that's the type of building that we wish to build on this particular parcel. Sorry, I refuse to get bifocals. What we're looking at doing is an in-demand multifamily residential housing. Part of what we do is energy efficient design. We do some things that are a little bit different to make sure that the energy consumption, because we know that there's constraints on the energy infrastructure. We build some townhomes, we build apartments, and we actually have townhomes where the average energy bill is running around $45 for an all-electric unit. And we do that so that way we can save our clients money. And what we try to do is provide quality options for real people. I have a personal connection with this particular site. When I first moved to High Point in 1990, I actually lived in the East Chester Ridge Apartments right behind this piece of property, so I'm familiar with it. I'm well familiar with it. The demand profile that we have, can everybody hear me? Yes. Okay. If you have any questions, please feel free to stop me. I just want this to be as informal as possible so you get all the information you need. But if you take a look at what happened in High Point, especially in that particular area, Wesleyan Arms sold their housing units to High Point University. So they converted senior housing to student housing. So you lost a significant portion of some senior housing options in that area. If you take a look at the North Carolina Budget and Tax Center, they're forecasting that there are going to be 900,000 housing units short in North Carolina by the year 2030. If you take a look at some of the statistics from the National Association of Home Builders, right now we're at a deficit between 5 million and 5.5 million across the United States. Right now, some estimates say that there's about 100,000 people moving to North Carolina every year, which is increasing the demand for housing. So if your supply is constrained and you have increased in demand, we're still going to continue to experience some of the things that we heard earlier today about affordable housing. It's going to continue to drive up cost. Some of the estimates that we see, 1 in 5 North Carolina residents will be 65 and older by 2029. That's 20% of our population. They're going to be looking for this type of housing. And right now, North Carolina is a top 5 nationally, top 5 in shortages nationally for housing. What's our question tonight? What are we looking at answering tonight? It's not if we will build something there, it's what we're going to build there. We're looking at basically maximizing the density so that way we can have some age-targeted housing for individuals who meet that profile of 55 and older. It's going to be a market rate product. I know that it was mentioned earlier, Winfield Properties doing North Carolina Home Finance Agency tax credit for low and middle income. That's not what this particular project is going to be. It's going to be market rate. What we are proposing is a 46-unit project for active senior living. It's going to be market rate, which is in demand. Our attempt is going to be a net zero HVAC implementation because of some of the designs that we do. It's going to be age specific for real people. My office is literally almost across the street from this particular parcel. Tomorrow, I will be celebrating the 37th anniversary of my 18th birthday, so I will qualify. In terms of a little bit of history, this is a quote from the Triad Business Journal about the redevelopment on Bridges Drive from a current resident. It said, "I love my house and where I live, but it's not the best use of this property for my neighbor or for my neighbor's property." If you take a look at the history for this particular area, in 1999, the property was rezoned to a conditional limited business district. City staff recommended denial. City council approved. No development occurred. In 2000, there was a 43-acre tract that was rezoned to shopping center district. City staff recommended approval. City council approved. No development occurred. I bought the property out of foreclosure back in 2012. I've had this for almost a decade, working on different options to put something there that can contribute to the community, and I submitted the request in 2022. Mr. Shannon and I have had numerous conversations on what we can do there to make it something that's a win-win situation for the community and for us, and so we came to some sort of a agreement that this is probably the best option for the use of the property. And this is a notable quote number 2. My challenge is to make this a multiple win situation. We need a win-win-win-win-win-win situation. And that's what I'm trying to do.
I think there was one more win on that.
Go ahead.
No, I'm just saying, you said it's 6, there was one more win. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No.
Just count.
But I'm trying to make it a win for our company, a win for the residents, and a win for the community. We want to have a nice property there that actually increases the property value of the surrounding area. This is a front elevation of the rendering, or a front elevation of the building we're proposing. And we've actually worked on a couple projects, and I'd like to hand each one of you a couple projects that we've actually got approved in Greensboro and Moxville, so you can get an idea. I'll pass it. Both of these we're currently working on and have recently been approved in both Moxville and Greensboro. They're situated similarly within a residential setting, but it's all about how we go through when we build this. There again, it's a residential community, but we're talking about having affordable type housing units towards city center and facilities. There again, going back, here's an aerial view. When I first moved to High Point, as you see the East Chester Ridge property there to the east, I actually lived in the second building on the bottom portion of the presentation there, or photo. This is the property that we wish to develop. And here's an overlay of what the building will look like on the property. In terms of addressing some of the things that like our area in the Triad has issues with, USA Today rated the Greensboro High Point area as some of the worst in the United States for urban sprawl. What you're doing is you're forcing developers to move outside the city, which puts a lot of stress on infrastructure. It costs a lot more to develop, and what we're trying to do is tap into the existing services to lessen the impact, to create more affordable options for residents. We're trying to push things to the municipal core. There are lots of, it's very close to the hospital, it's very close to shopping, those types of things. If you push demand outside of the municipal core, that's where you create traffic issues. We run into a lot of this everywhere we go to develop. It's not in my backyard. You know, most common opposition to multifamily development, it's a great idea, just do it someplace else. We see that all the time. That's the typical issue that we run into. Active senior living does not fit some of the general, what we call NIMBY, or not in my backyard arguments, where it increases traffic, it puts a burden on taxes, increases crime. Those types of communities are very community driven. And to give you an idea, you know, I'm going to turn 55 tomorrow. My wife passed away in October of 2020 from cancer. I lived in a 3,000 square foot house. I don't need that anymore. And so I recently sold my house and I'm in transition. And when I sold my house, I had offers, I had 3 offers within an hour from real estate investors. The family that I sold my house to, it was a younger couple with 2 young children. They offered me less money than other offers on my real estate, but I wanted to see a family get it to maintain the community. You know, we're glad to make some accommodations in terms of buffering. I know Councilman Jones reached out to me, and I guess one of the neighbors had suggested maybe a privacy fence of some sort. We're willing to consider that. We'll concede to that. We feel like this is the right project for this particular property. There again, going back to growth, as you can see from the display, basically from Raleigh to Charlotte, including the Winston-Salem, Greensboro, High Point area, the Triad, you're going to see some outstanding growth over the next 10 years. So we're trying to make sure that we have the product available as we see further and further increases on housing demand. In terms of aging population, as you can see, by 2040, you're going to see about 25% of the population is going to be over 65 years old. Depending on which statistics you look at, there are about 10,000 people turning 65 every day. We feel that approval is a sound decision. It's consistent with the growth and vision statement. It's consistent with the land use plan, goals and objectives and policies. We believe High Point needs market rate active senior living. We feel that we reflect a best-in-class model for active senior markets. We think it forecasts a positive impact for the city core and its community, and it represents a policy success and a success for neighboring properties. So with that, we'd love to hear any questions that you may have, and we'd love your support on this particular project.
Thank you. I'll begin with a couple of questions. I don't recall, maybe staff can answer this too, but did the impact of this development require a traffic study?
No.
And for the developer, if you were to place a privacy fence on this property, where would you be locating that fence?
That would be something that we'd like to work with the community, with the surrounding neighbors, to make sure that we're satisfying their concerns. It was brought up in the community meeting, but it wasn't very specific, but we could put that between our property and the adjacent properties.
Okay. Back to staff, were there any, what were the buffering requirements? I know y'all recommended against it, but what would be the buffering requirements here in terms of landscape?
Where multifamily abuts single family, our ordinance notes a type C planting yard, which is I believe that's a 20-foot wide planting yard with, I believe, and Chris, maybe check on that, but I believe it's 7 trees and 17 shrubs every 100 linear feet. Possible options would possibly be increasing that width or the amount of planting in those buffer yards. If there are going to be any changes to the conditional zoning ordinance, that would be something that would have to be drafted, submitted a certain number of days before the meeting, but staff like to work with the applicant to make sure the language is appropriate and enforceable. So if you are considering, or if the applicant wishes to consider changes, you could not approve those tonight. We need to have those in writing, and you could schedule it for either your August 1st or your August, your second meeting in August.
What would be the impact of a privacy fence on the required planting yard?
The fence can go within that planting yard. You know, the fence can be placed on the property line or could be placed internally, so there's no impact on the landscaping. It's just whether you want that fence at the property line or have the landscaping outside of that.
Does it allow for a less width if there's a privacy fence?
The planting yard can be reduced by 5 feet with the installation of a minimum 5-foot-high opaque fence. The ordinance doesn't specify the material. We leave that up to the developer to protect the material. It just has to be an opaque fence, and that will allow reduction of that planting yard.
Okay. Is there anyone else who has questions for the applicant?
Yes, I'm sorry, could you go back about 4 slides? I think it was to the one that was the one right before more in demand. I'm looking at this, and up at the top of the figure here, is this a runoff?
Yeah, that's a retention pond.
That's a
to slow
retention
down
pond?
the runoff for the parking area.
Okay. How many, are there houses on the outside of this?
I'll tell you what, it may be, does that help your view there?
It does. How are you gonna, I understand that this is necessary, but this is, quite something to have some in your backyard as a runoff pond. Is there possible, if you go back to the previous slide, and the reason why, no, not this one, the one with the diagram on it, okay. That one. Looking at this, it looks like this is an extremely tight fit in this parcel of land. So if we're talking about giving maximum buffer to the surrounding area, what would be the impact of reducing the number of units, say from 46 to 35?
It would have an impact, obviously, economically on the return on investment. I mean, we're not asking for any money from the city. I mean, this is all private funds with private investment.
Sure.
So, we're not asking for any housing authority funds or anything, so that obviously impacts that. It impacts flexibility in terms of what we can do internally. That particular runoff pond, there are some options there that we could consider. But if you take a look at the previous slide, there's also another pond there on the property adjacent. So, we could tuck that particular runoff pond out of the way a little bit, and we could buffer that pond so that way. And that pond there, because it is, close to a watershed area, my philosophy when we develop is I like to make sure that we contain any sort of runoff. We want to contain the volume, but we also want to reduce the amount of velocity so that way we don't have erosion.
And staff chime in on this, there are different options for a water retention device. It doesn't necessarily have to be a pond. And that's typically worked out at technical review committee, correct?
That's correct.
So, we have different types. We have underground cisterns, we have bogs, we have the dry ponds, is that what we call them, which is a contradiction in terms. But,
Which is what I prefer. I prefer the dry ponds because just having a pond there with runoff is, if you have vegetation in it, to me, it just looks better.
But that's something that's required based on our stormwater, local and state stormwater regulations. And the builder, that's really not a zoning issue. It's a design issue that comes later on.
And this is maybe for staff, if we're talking about a reduction in density, how much additional buffer does that give to the surrounding single-family homes?
I think that's something that we would have to negotiate with the applicant. Any conditions they have to agree to, and we want to do something that's going to make sure the project's successful. So that would be a negotiation with that applicant as to if there is a reduction, what can work for them to make the project work while still providing some means of protection to the adjacent single-family home. So I can't give you a direct number at this time.
Okay.
Any other questions for the applicant?
I got a couple of questions and maybe a comment. First off, I'd like to start because it relates back to something I said earlier, but sorry for the loss of your wife, but very thankful for your integrity of the sale of your home. That didn't end up going probably to your highest offer.
It didn't.
Probably by a long shot. But that, I would venture a guess that several of those offers were from publicly traded companies. But you are correct that, and it's not only a challenge here, it's a challenge across the country. And the product you offer, the market rate product you offer, we heard them talking about earlier about affordable and fair housing. So you're checking a lot of boxes there. Is this the exact same presentation that you gave to P&Z?
It is not.
So there's been changes since then.
Correct.
Take note of that. Council, we'll talk about that in our next meetings on the new local action that we got approved. You mentioned that you and Herb had talked, and you talked with the staff several times about ideas, and that you came to some.
If I may, I'm Michael Blair on behalf of the applicant. Your question was whether this was a different or involved presentation from prior meetings. The proposal itself is substantially the same. The reference to statistics and the style of the presentation, the form, and how it evolved changed, but this was exactly what P&Z saw in terms of a proposal to them.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
But I just, hearing staff's presentation and this presentation, I see many avenues of trying to work together, but there's obviously different disagreement based on the recommendation of denial. So I'm not certain that, and I understand your side, because a lot of times I'm on your side when I'm out in the private sector. But I'm not sure that in that area at some point for your neighbors that live there, it will develop. I mean, I may be here, I may not be here, but it'll develop.
To clarify, I'm going to put something there.
Well, I want it to be something that you can make money on too, and it needs to be. But I'm just not so sure with the density. How many cars, and you've built several of these before, right?
Correct.
Or either currently. So in a 46 unit, you're gonna have 75, 80 cars?
Roughly around 70, 75 cars.
Okay, so, I'm familiar with the area, growing up near the area, and when you drive through there, you're on Ribbon Road, no curb and gutter. There are some challenges there, and that will certainly be an impact. So there's a lot here I like, but I'm just not so sure that this is what it is.
And to clarify too, we took into consideration staff's recommendation of assembling the rest of the property, and we did put together a pro forma of, okay, what would it take to assemble those other parcels? How much more density could we put in that area? Mm-hmm. And when we ran the numbers, the project doesn't work economically. Right. And there's too much risk involved. When you have to have a 1.25 debt coverage ratio and you're that tight on your budget because of the increased price that you have to acquire the property for, the project doesn't work. So then there again, this is where we go back to the not in my backyard, driving up prices for homes, whether they're rental or for sale. And those types of decisions affect real people.
I agree, but I will agree. It's not just the not in my backyard that driving up prices. There's a whole lot of internal and external factors that we control and we don't control, like the price of the plywood that are driving up prices. So I'll give you 50% of that one. All right.
Anyone else with questions? For the applicant? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
We may call you back up if we need you. We'll see. There's been a number of folks who have signed up to speak in the public hearing, and as with the public comment period, if you didn't have a chance to sign up, you'll still have a chance to speak. But I'm going to call the folks who signed up to speak first. First one is Nicole Arnold.
evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council. Thanks so much for letting me come here tonight and to speak. I live at 1610 Bridges Drive. I'm Nicole Arnold, and so if you look on the map that I hope is in front of you, I can see it on the TV, where it says R-3. That is my pond. And so I live in the L that is to the bottom right of that 3. That is my house. It's a split level. And so I have about 7.5 acres there. And so I come tonight with a lot of neighbors from this area, and included in your agenda packets were letters of opposition from the neighborhood. I would say I haven't met anyone who is for this project from the neighborhood, and I would like to ask all of those who have been here for the entire meeting and who are attending tonight in opposition to please stand. Okay, thank you so much. All right, so I think that you can see that we've been organized for some time, ever since the community meeting, and we enjoyed going to the community meeting. We had several questions for the developer at that meeting, and we're told that accommodations were not feasible. And, you know, from a dollars and cents perspective, I think I can understand that. The developer referred to an earlier rezoning that had 43 acres assembled. 43 of people voluntarily willing to sell their properties. No one is interested in voluntarily selling their properties to make this an assemblage. This is a parcel that is less than 3 acres. It's arguably 2.6, it's arguably 2.9. It's somewhere in that ballpark, and it has a narrow strip coming out on Futrell. So it's a really different equation, I think, that you could see. I asked you all to visit the property, if you could, possibly before the meeting tonight. And if you did come, I think that you could probably infer that the developer needs every square inch of that less than 3 acres to make this successful. I certainly want the highest and best use for everyone's property, but as Mr. Shannon said earlier tonight, and by the way, staff has been wonderful to work with, very informative, very helpful, certainly appreciate it. But as Mr. Shannon said earlier, you know, there are challenges to this property that make it developing from the outside in would be preferable to inside out. And, you know, I think the School of Government might even say that this could be a case of spot zoning. I mean, it is right in the middle of a lot of single-family homes. So I don't want to take up a lot of your time. I will be handling the water runoff from this project. The pond that the developer referenced earlier is my pond, which is private property. I'm not willing to let it be part of a retention scheme. So that was interesting. But I do want to say that I really enjoy living in High Point. I'm a working mom. How very blessed I am to live in a city that's like this city. And how very blessed I am to live like 5 minutes from everything. I mean, this is what my neighbors say, that they, you know, the folks who move away, they miss all of these things. I can get to work, I can get my kids to where they need to be, and I live in a safe neighborhood where my kids drive their bikes all over the place, and they know all of the neighbors there, and we look after each other. Just appreciate your service to the city, and I appreciate the opportunity to come tonight and to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Song. Next person on the list is Martha Stewart.
Esteemed Mayor and Council members and staff and all the neighbors that showed up and all the guests here tonight, my name is Martha Stewart. I live at 436 Chesterwoods Court. Chesterwoods Court is in Wesley Hudson's district, and Wesley has been really great working with us, the questions that we have, and he's helped us quite through that, and I want to thank him for all his work and for all the work all of you all do. It's a busy night. I'm not going to take a lot of time, but I am speaking on the Chesterwoods Court part of this site, which if you look where the word site is, and you look directly up from there, you will see 2 circles there off of Chester Ridge Drive, and that is Chesterwoods Court. We have 39 single-family homes there. Some are adjoined, but they're all single-family. And you can see that a portion of this projected construction comes right up to the red boundary line, and about a fourth of it hits the Chester Woods Court neighborhood. Now, this is where the projected pond would be, but also the parking lot. The parking lot is a big portion of that back area, plus the retaining pond. So our sight line at Chester Woods Court would be directly into the pond and the parking lot, which, you know, that's got lights and so forth, and we realize there are regulations regarding that. But one thing I'd really like you to look at is how narrow the entryway from the front to the back of this development is over on Few Trail. You know, that is a narrow drive that has to be constructed. And when that's constructed, that's the only entrance in and out of that property for any vehicles that would need to come in there to service the area, such as trash removal, firemen, and, you know, of course, the ambulance. So look at how narrow that is. And that is just like dropping that right into a section that is surrounded by all these single-family homes. And we are going to have the runoff on Chester Woods of the pond and also of the lighting and so forth on the in the parking area. But, you know, Chester Woods Court, some people say when service people come over there, gosh, I didn't know this existed. And so it's a hidden little gem there that is surrounded by forest and trees. And to take that back area there, which is going to be visible for the whole neighborhood, and to slice that out and put it with a very small boundary there, I don't know what consensus would be on the boundary. I have heard, you know, 40 feet, which is nothing. And then we have to deal with the removal of all the trees, and we have the wildlife and the runoff and so forth. So I would just ask you to look at that, and that map there showing our interest in the Chester Woods Court area. We don't feel like this is the right project for the area. It's just like dropping a square peg into a round hole. So I appreciate your time. I'll make this short. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Stewart. Next on the list is Debbie Darby.
Thank you. My name is Debbie Darby. I live at 1813 Futrell. If you want to follow your little printout, I'm the house right there in front of this building, 15 feet. I'm going to give a little, maybe different presentation, but history. After serving in the Navy during World War II, my dad was able to come home and buy a piece of the American dream. And his American dream was a large front yard with a long porch. Kids play in the yard, neighbors visit on the porch. That was his dream. So that puts my house right against the property back line. That's why my property's within 15 feet of this building. I can walk out my back door and there it is. It's like a McMansion at my back door. That was my dad's dream, so that's the way the house is situated. We have an older, historic neighborhood. Generations live in this neighborhood. I'm a generation, 7 generations. My next door neighbor, 40 years. Beside of her, I was a little girl when her house, I caught the school bus there. Beside of her is her granddaughter. Her daughter. And the other house, if you circle around here, all these houses, this house is her grandson. This is a generational neighborhood, not a neighborhood that's fly-by-by that people just want to sell their properties. We're established and we love it here. And our streets are narrow and they're quiet. And the houses are well maintained and the yards are tidy. The families take pride in their houses and their neighborhood. This project is all wrong for this neighborhood. As my mother would say, it's smack dab in the middle. It's not just in the neighborhood, it's smack dab in the neighborhood. It's so far in the middle of this neighborhood that he's having to cut a street through two houses. There's two houses, and the street is going through these two houses, curving around to get to the back of this building. You just can't get any more in the middle than that. And these houses belong to real people. My house, Richard's house, Peggy's house, Dia's house, Cody's house, they surround this property. Nicole's is across the street. Chesterwood's is behind. It's surrounded. It's not in the neighborhood, it's in the middle of the neighborhood. Nobody's saying we don't need housing in this city. We do need housing. But when you spin this, any way you spin this, you put up charts, you put up demographics, you spin it how you want to, this is the wrong location for the housing. I appreciate Planning and Zoning Committee that voted unanimously, and it does restore my faith in government. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Darby. Tammy Slate?
Good evening, Mayor Wagner, committee. My name is Tammy Slate, and I reside at 1815 Futrell Drive. If you look at the map up there, where the blue is the slim part, which would be the driveway coming in off of Futrell Drive, I'm the square to the left. My property would be less than 15 feet from the driveway that he is cutting through that narrow piece of land, and the piece of land is not going to accommodate very much wider than a single-family home driveway, much less a driveway for 46 units. It is not a large piece of land. My mailbox I'm in fear that I'm going to check my mailbox and I will get run over. Or if we have a wreck, if there was, God forbid, to be a wreck with two vehicles passing, it's going to end up in either my yard or the adjacent yard on the other side. Also, what we want y'all to consider is not only the 46 units, which is 92 cars, say 2 people per unit, not counting visitors, but you also have to consider oversized vehicles. FedEx, Amazon, UPS, United States Mail, waste removal services. When you pull out of that driveway onto Futrell is 18 feet wide. It has got ditches on both sides with businesses that come and houses that come right up to it. It is going to be nearly impossible to be able to access all the vehicles that need to get in and out of there on a regular basis. To cut it hard enough, they would have to do a 90-degree turn directly out of there. I completely agree with everything that the other speakers have said. He has talked about putting a buffer. My house sits ahead of Miss Darby's, but I'm right beside of her. So I'm going to look out my back door, not be right at it, but I'm going to see it. If he wants to put a 50-foot building back there, 3 stories, who has ever seen a 50-foot buffer fence? You're going to look at a 50-foot buffer fence. I've never seen one. If y'all have, I apologize. But you're going to buffer out the cars and maybe the first story, but we're still going to be able to see the people that live up there. It is exactly what they said. I have lived in High Point my entire life. I'm not far from needing one of these facilities age-wise. We do need them by all means. But the area that it is being put in, like I've heard some of y'all say, it is not a large enough area to accommodate what he is wanting to put there at all, no matter how you twist it, turn it. It is just absolutely not a large enough area to accommodate everything that goes along with not just the structure, but the vehicles that have to go in to maintain it. And emergency vehicles do not work 8 to 5. They're all hours. They will be within distance from myself to you, going by our windows. It's the only entrance he has to it. One entrance for 92, say, residents, plus visitors, plus any other oversized vehicles that need to get in there on a daily basis. It is not the suitable location for it. I believe that High Point has much better suitable locations that would give him better access to larger roads where he could expand it out more and make it a more safe area as far as traffic-wise, and not be surrounded by single-family homes with a humongous apartment building literally set right in the middle of it. Thank you. I have nothing else to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Slate. Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak on this matter? Yes, ma'am. Come forward. Give us your name and address for the record.
Good evening. I'm Dia Miles. I live at 1831 Futrail Drive. I would just like to briefly speak to the narrow roads. It's already very dangerous for 2 cars to even, go down the road at the same time. I often have to pull over on the side to let another car get through. I live next door to my mother, my 89-year-old mother. She lives at 1819 Futrail Drive. We have both had our mailboxes demolished from somebody hitting them within a year, twice within a year. I have a grandson that lives, behind me with my son. There's other small children. The Arnolds have small children. It's just, again, the roads are too narrow for even 2 compact cars to try to pass one another going down the road. So I have a concern about that, the safety of the narrow roads. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak? Mr. Thibodeau?
Louis Thibodeau, I reside at 1242 Kensington Drive, High Point. I believe the city of High Point needs affordable housing for all citizens, including senior adults. But hearing what I heard tonight, I think it needs to be looked at again and not voted on whether it's a yes or no. But that's for you to decide. Thank you.
Anyone else? Last chance, last call.
Mr. Mayor, I have a question. Has emergency services or taking a look at this, have they weighed in on some of the concerns about the possible impact of emergency services going in and out of this narrow road, or if there's any obstruction that would cause any public safety concerns about the narrowness of this entryway?
Before you answer, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing. All right, now, go ahead.
There was a sketch plan that was reviewed by our technical review committee. That was a plan you saw earlier, just a courtesy sketch plan which we offered to applicants. There were no concerns noted from those departments as part of that review.
Thank you.
I have a question.
Okay.
So, but just let's say it does get rezoned for multifamily. Nothing can get done or built until all the other things are approved, like street access and, is that correct?
They would have to meet all development standards, and our technical review committee, just as a reminder, would be planning department, fire, public services, engineering, all those, stormwater, all those departments will look at the plan, and they have to meet all applicable city, state, and federal requirements. So it's not just, here it is.
Right.
They would have to make sure that all those standards would be met for any development.
Have we had any issues, to your knowledge, with emergency services being able to reach any of the properties along Futrell and Bridges Drive?
I am not aware of any issues. I don't know if that question has been directly noted to those providers, but I am not aware of any such issues.
Anybody, this is open to any staff who's here. Have you heard of any complaints or any problems with emergency services being able to access properties in that area? Okay, folks, public hearing has been closed, so now's the time for council to debate and decide. So we have something on the floor to debate. And I will remind you also that there are 8 of us here, so it will require 6 votes for approval of this item. I'm actually going to make a motion for approval of the request, but I'm going to state that the request is reasonable and consistent with land use and adopted plans due to its existing location adjacent to existing multifamily developments, that it promotes infill and greater density, that the applicant has taken steps to mitigate the development's effect on adjacent properties by limiting building height to 50 feet, and has stated that they're willing to install privacy fencing. That it provides a needed housing opportunity for active seniors in High Point. It provides housing convenient to employment, shopping, and service areas, and it makes effective use of existing infrastructure and public services. Is there a second?
Second.
So there's a motion on the floor that's been properly seconded. The floor is now open for debate among the council.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I see the validity of this project, but I do have concerns about the single entry point, the narrowness of the road. I do have some concerns about the number of units and the density there. I think this project could be a lot more viable and even a lot better received by the neighbors if there was consideration in reducing the number of units and possibly working with staff to find a way to mitigate the entry and congestion. Because if we're looking at the width of that road, we're looking at the increase of possible 90 additional cars and traffic, deliveries all coming in, even though there has not been to date any emergency services constraints, that puts a significant potential for opportunities of failure because it's of the increased number of people there and the number of cars and traffic. I would hope if the developer is serious about this project and the city is serious about this project, that we take a look at how we can better improve the viability of it.
I suppose state that I think that's a slippery slope that we go down there and start saying that we're okay with a certain number of density, a certain number of units, and we start as a city dictating how a project goes forward. Earlier this year, we unanimously approved the affordable housing on Ski Club in my district because we all have stated publicly we want to solve the housing crisis problem that we have in our city. It's a nationwide problem. And we as the city council, we don't solve that problem. These developers come to us willingly with their plans and try to attempt to solve that problem for us. We get the credit for it, but the only thing we ever do is stand in the way of developers trying to solve the problems that this one's particularly trying to solve. I do think he's made some concessions with lowering the maximum height that doesn't have to do for that area. I do think he's offering a buffer. They always call it not my backyard, but it's not really. It's not in my neighbor's backyard. It's their backyard. It's been his backyard for a decade. And he bought this from the neighbor with the purposes of developing. The neighbor sold it willingly so that it could, to offload it to someone else. So I think it's a slippery slope, one, to try to dictate, okay, we're okay with 30 units, but not 46, or, that's not really our determination. That's up to developers to come up with pro formas that work and that also solve the problem that we're faced with every day. I even understand, I was there towards the end of the meeting, why P&Z wasn't in favor. P&Z just looks at what P&Z is charged with. We're elected to solve the city's problems. And we have organizations and the Realtor Association, all these other folks coming to us saying that we need to fix the housing problem. We've got Boom Sonic, we've got Toyota, we've got all this stuff coming. These people are going to need to live somewhere. And full disclosure, I'm the biggest neighbor they have. I control the 7 acres across the street with the Hero Center. I've got veterans living on site of all demographics, and I don't share any of the same concerns about the traffic and other things like that. If so, I wouldn't put my veterans in that condition, my situation. And I've got 55 and above veterans that need places. I could put 12 in a home tomorrow if they had places to go. But I do think we've got to be cautious in what we use to say no. You guys all know the 5 criteria we can use. And I've told people, I'm happy to get to a no on this project if you can prove to me one of those 5 things that we're legally allowed to use to deny a rezoning. And that's the traffic, the safety, the decrease of property values, the disruption to the look and feel. And if it wasn't for the multifamily that shares a property line with this proposal, I get it. But there's other multifamily in the area, and this proposal does solve a problem that we have. So I was about 50-50 on this one. I'm not passionate one way or the other on this, but I do think it's needed for the city.
Mr. Mayor, I'm curious, and maybe I just don't know this map as well as I need to, but I heard what Councilman Holmes said about, I guess, entry and exit, and there's this one driveway. So whatever this is, this back road back here, that can't be accessible as an entry or exit to the property,
That could be used as an access point. I believe you're referring to Bridges Drive to the north, right here.
Yeah, so can I ask the obvious question? Why is it not an entry access way? Yes, please.
We intentionally had one access point. The city ordinance is 50 units or less, you only need one access point. So we only needed one access point. If we had an access point on Bridges Drive, Miss Arnold, who lives across the street, would have to reroute her driveway. So we were trying to take that into consideration when we put this development plan together. Because she literally has to cross our property to get out of her driveway.
What do you mean?
That parcel was once owned by the Arnolds. It went into foreclosure. I bought it out of foreclosure, and they literally have to cross our property to get out of their driveway.
So you're saying this long piece we're looking at, that, like, they have to come out of that piece right there?
Yeah, they actually round up to Bridges Drive, and where the property line ends, they literally have to cross our property to get on Bridges Drive to exit their home.
Oh, okay, I see what you're saying.
So we were trying to take that into consideration when we did the site plan. We can make a second access point, but it may have an issue, they may have an issue with that.
No, that's a good point. Thank you for sharing that. I think, the point made by Councilman Jones is a point that I've been consistent about since I got on council. I'm probably, I don't want to speak out of turn, but I would argue I may be the most pro in terms of development and housing, especially housing development. Before I got on council, I heard that we were at a several thousand unit shortage just here in our city in terms of what's estimated here. And I happen to feel that as a governing body and as a government organization, it's irresponsible to both simultaneously be revitalizing our city, right? Increasing the demand for people to want to live in our city, but then not have the same, I think, vigor and same intentionality with increasing the supply for people to live in our city. And the law of supply and demand, if demand goes up and supply doesn't, you're gonna have scarcity. And we're seeing housing prices rise. And I can tell you that that kind of economic pressure impacts the whole entire city, and it impacts my constituents, who many of which spend more from a third to half of their just cost of living ends up being half of their household expenses. And that's a terrible pressure. And so in many ways, I mean, literally, I think I talk about this like every day whenever I'm talking to someone about homelessness and housing. And I just feel like I would be hypocritical to not support something where, I mean, again, to his point, unless it's one of the 5 that we legally deny, I feel like I'd be hypocritical to a platform I've been talking about for years myself if I didn't support housing opportunities that come to our city, especially being right in the core. We want to see this kind of stuff happen. So much of what's been said regarding traffic and so many other things, I mean, I think the age range alone, I think, mitigates so much of that. Also just think, I mean, again, it's the signal that as a city, we continue to send to other developers who want to do business in our city, which says that we do have a reasonable way of using our own discretion, our own judgment when it comes to moments like this. And I trust that staff recognizes that it's not a slight to them for us to sort of use that discretion. We recognize you all, I mean, you all do an incredible job in looking at, quite frankly, with what you're supposed to look at it in. But I think, you know, the integrity we all have when we campaign for things is that in tough moments like this, you're still willing to stand on a platform that you campaigned for. And this was a huge piece for me. So unless there's like a really good reason, there's just no way I vote against this.
Mr. Mayor, I would just note, as the council deliberate, of course, it is your decision, but you don't have to make a decision this evening if you wish additional time to deliberate on that. But of course, that is up to you as to how you wish to handle this case.
Is there anyone else who'd like to be heard on this item?
I've always made a commitment that I do respect staff, and our staff does. I will support it. I've stuck by that. I think our staff knows what they're doing. I may not understand the reason, but if our staff votes to deny this, and if our planning and zoning board votes to deny this unanimously, that speaks very loud. I agree. We have a house. Everyone knows that. You go out to this parcel of land, this parcel of land is not sitting next to East Chester. This parcel of land is this changes the character of the neighborhood. If this apartment is developed right there, it changes the entire character of the neighborhood. I appreciate what Shannon said about this. It is a large leap to go from R3 to R16. This is not a small building. This is simply not compatible, and I hate to be that blunt, but this is not a compatible building in this neighborhood. So for those reasons, and especially because staff recommends to deny it, I'm voting against this.
Anyone else like to be heard?
I guess to my point, this is a smaller proposal than the one we approved on Ski Club. We had no problem telling the people who lived on that side, on this side, that had single family, that we could put affordable housing right in that little 7-acre plot. This is residential going next to residential, it's not commercial, it's not.
But didn't mean to interrupt.
Go ahead.
Each one's a little different. The one that the mayor brought up was a good point, but that definitely sits inside the core, and they had assembled most of that land. If I'm not mistaken, and I don't have the best memory, but the property on Skeet Club was denied one time. Many changes were made, and that parcel of land is 2 times bigger than this. Is that about right?
It was never denied. He withdrew the application in 2019.
Say it again?
Withdrew the application. It was never denied.
Okay, well, they withdrew the application under pressure and assumption that it was going to be denied, and knew that if they went back and made some recommended changes, they'd have a better chance. That happens all the time. I mean, and I'm not quite sure we're elected to solve all the people's problems as much as we're elected and hopefully making decisions that lead the best short and long-term process of our cities forward, and the next council's in good shape coming behind whoever sits here. But then on the flip side of that, Wesley, there's been times that staff's recommended something and P&Z's recommended something and I went against it. So I'm not so easy to say that just because that's the way it came, I'm not going to do my own research on it or thought process on it. And I'm sure that's probably what you meant as well. I'm tending to lean more in favor of staff's evaluation of this project. We won't solve the housing problem that we have immediately, but we need to keep moving along as we can to do our part. I just don't feel that this meets and checks enough of the boxes for where it sits right now. I also respect that the developers are under immense pressure with the inflation that they're dealing with and trying to build a product that meets the needs of so many people that are struggling with affording their houses. But that's not something that we created. We just have to deal with it. So there's a balance there. This project I cannot support as it sits.
May I make a comment?
Yes.
Okay. First of all, I want to thank all of y'all from the neighborhood that came to speak, because I know it's scary, and to your point, Tammy, the one thing is we can't tell a developer where to go. He owns this land. This is his land that he owns. And I do believe that we are in a housing crisis. I also believe that the location of this, it's going to get developed. There's just no question about that. What I would like to do is I would like to make an alternate motion to table this and let the P&Z commissioners and our staff, planning staff, work a little bit more with the FINCIA. Let's study the food trail area. Let's see why we can't have a second access, and let's try to work together as a team and try to make the best decision. So I make an alternate motion to table it.
You want to table that to a certain date?
When's our next,
August 1st, I think, is our next meeting.
Does that give you enough time, or would you?
I guess I want clarification. Are you requesting tabling to come back to City Council a date specific, or
Yes.
remanding it back to P&Z for additional evaluation? I'm not sure what you're proposing.
Do a date certain.
A date certain, back to council or back to P&Z?
But you're wanting them to work together though, right?
Yeah, because we'll be working with staff. So I'd like to make the alternate motion to table this until a certain date, which is, what's that date?
The next meeting is August 1st, and I think after that would be the 15th.
How about August 15th? Would that give you enough time?
Yes.
Does that give y'all enough time, if FINCIA did? So do you want it to August 1st?
Further out.
Wait, okay. Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
If we're going to go past the August 15th date, then maybe the course of action would be to continue it, and staff would re-advertise and resend notices to the surrounding property owners of when the applicant is ready to bring it back forward, since we're getting into September now.
And the reason being is if we have to redo a sketch plan, my civil engineer is not too much. So that's going to put some pressure on being able to deliver a good product.
So City Attorney Al, what's the best way for me to make this
October
motion?
3rd?
The alternate one.
You can't, I would recommend allowing planning to re-advertise. If you don't want to set a date certain, it allows them more of an opportunity to figure out what's best for both sides and to bring it back and to notice it properly.
Do you have recommended language for what that motion would need to be?
I don't guess that was. So you got to substitute.
Can we just,
Just To send it back to staff. I mean, you could, I think, just word it simply enough to table it to a date uncertain.
If we, in effect, place this in pending, right, is what we're talking about. Because it's not continued until a date certain.
Well,
Would we then have to conduct a second public hearing?
I was getting ready to say, you've still got the notice issue, I think, even if you put it back in pending. What's your opinion of that?
The mayor, you did close the public hearing.
That's right.
Right, and the notice issue, I think those two things will have to be done.
I mean,
We could choose to have a second public hearing. There's no.
I would confer with the attorney's office if you want to, if he can rescind the closing the public hearing, place this in pending. Staff will be more than willing to work with the applicant to see if there's some mitigation issues. And then at the point where the applicant's comfortable, we can set that public hearing date, we'll re-advertise it, and also rescind notices to surrounding property owners so they're aware of that date.
Okay.
And all of the legal boxes will be checked. It'll give them plenty of time to do what they need to do and then bring it back to you in whatever format that is.
And with the public hearing kind of reopened, that would also give the neighbors the opportunity to address you on the proposed changes.
Okay. Okay. So that would be yeah. All right, I'll handle the motion then.
Thank you.
The motion will be made to place this item in pending,
Second. It's a substitute.
It's a substitute motion.
Yes.
From the original motion to approve.
Yes, so you need a second.
Yes.
I second
She
the
seconded that
substitute
motion.
motion.
Any debate on the substitute motion?
Just a discussion to say that it's encouraging. I hope that, I think the neighbors who are hesitant or against it have some good points. I think Efincia has already shown a little bit of an olive branch. He's willing to amend his plans some. I hope that gives us enough time to kind of work this out, that something that comes back before council will be a little more palatable. Because I do think he's doing a good service for us, and I just think that maybe it's not just ready for council yet.
Any other comments on the substitute motion?
I agree with what they're saying, and obviously from what y'all have heard, the neighborhood and everything else, it's a slippery slope, and it's this issue and that issue. Obviously, in Fincia, with their multiple years and their multiple developments that are currently going on and in plan, they know their numbers. And they've already shared with Councilman Holmes and this council their concerns about any reduction in the size of what they need on this footprint in the current environment to make a profit, which I want them to make a profit. I don't see how tabling this is going to give them any other options. Inflation's not going away anytime soon. That they would be able to come up with a plan that allows them to make that profit based on any substantial changes they can make to this.
Well, I agree, but the one thing that I heard a lot of people say was traffic issues. So it does give a chance for our staff to work with transportation and Infincia to see what needs to be done to Futrell, if anything, to make sure that it's safe. So that's why I'm in favor of tabling it.
Widen the road by 1.5 feet.
If, any other
I'm of the same opinion as Britt Moore. All of these objections have already been talked about for months now. This was in a meeting with the citizens already. They've already raised all these points, and quite honestly, the developer can't fix it. I mean, you can't do what the neighborhood wants you to do. A privacy fence is not going to fix anything. Landscaping is not going to fix the issues. You're not going to fix the road. You can come back in 6 months. It's still going to be the same project. I think we're kicking the can down the road on this one.
Let me ask this, though, to that comment, and maybe I misheard it earlier. It sounded like staff said there was perhaps an opportunity for some of the buffer effort, maybe through fencing or shrubbery or something, to make it where staff could actually recommend approval. Did I hear that incorrectly? Or maybe that does a reduction on the unit numbers that Councilman Moore talked about.
I don't know if that would change staff's recommendation, but it's our goal to always work with the applicant to put forward the best possible product for your consideration. So, of course, it's council's decision, but we're more than willing to work with the applicant, provide options, suggestions, and so forth. You still have a situation where it's in the middle of a neighborhood, but if they can offer some additional mitigation that gives you a higher comfort level, that's the ultimate goal.
But they can do that regardless of if this gets an up or down vote tonight. Is that not true? He owns the property. So is there a timeline on when he can come back with a change of plan?
They can always resubmit another application in the future, if that's what you're asking.
Define the future.
I mean, if the request is not...
No, I meant, can he do it next week?
Yes.
Okay.
So if we deny tonight, he can submit next week anyway.
Yes, the only limitations on multiple submittals if there are 2 withdrawals within a 12-month time period. And we don't have that situation, and there's no prohibition against resubmitting if a case is denied.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Well, that being said, I don't think it helps us to postpone it if they're going to make changes anyway. Even if we deny it, they make changes.
I don't want to vote to deny it, so
Call a vote.
call the vote, yeah.
Okay. So what we're voting on, just to make sure everyone's clear, is a substitute motion to place this item in pending. I'll ask for a show of hands since we seem to be split. So all those in favor of the motion to table this item, please raise your hand. And all opposed? Okay, so that motion passes by a vote of 6-2, so the item is tabled. All right. Next item on the agenda is Genrock Capital Management. This is zoning map amendment 22-15. Ms. Shannon, you presenting again?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Folks, if you're leaving, please do so quietly. We have more business. We have more business to take care of. Okay, all right, enough.
Your final item this evening for zoning-related cases is zoning map amendment 22-15. The applicant is requesting rezoning of a 1.7-acre parcel from the R3 district to the conditional zoning office institutional district to support the development of a child daycare facility on the site. If you're familiar with this portion of the city, it's just south of the intersection of Ski Club and Eastchester where you have the big lots. There's an existing church on that parcel now. The applicant, if approved, would demolish that structure and build a new facility on the site, a daycare center. Although the applicant's requesting specifically a daycare center, as always, staff looks at all the uses allowed in that district. Based upon allowable uses of the OI district, the vehicle access conditions that they offered, that there be no access to Eastchester, and they'd have a condition as to where access would be from Ramsey. And the fact that this request does not propose any use that's not already allowed in this area, staff is recommending approval of this request. I think a key thing the staff noted that this does promote a preferred development pattern based upon decisions council had made regarding intensity of development at this intersection under previous zoning requests. Therefore, staff is recommending approval to rezone this parcel to a conditional zoning office institutional district. The Planning and Zoning Commission reviewed this proposal at their June public hearing and recommended approval by a vote of 7-0. The commission stated that the request is consistent with adopted policy guidance because of the proposed zoning map amendment supports established policy guidance documents and policies set in this area by previous zoning decisions. The commission also stated that the request that CZOI district is similar to previous zoning approvals granted at the intersection of Eastchester Drive and Ramsey Street, and the commission does have that statement for your consideration. Are there any questions for this proposed rezoning request?
Questions for staff? Thank you. Is the applicant here? Would you like to speak? Yes, sir. Well, if you would like to speak to us, sir, we'll Thank you. should
My
have
name
known.
is-
You're about the only person left.
I know, there's nobody else here.
Who don't work for the city.
It was an easy choice, wasn't it? The only guy with a sport coat on. Yes, my name is Bill Piarchi. I'm the representative for Genrock. We're bringing in Primrose Schools. Some of you may be familiar with Primrose Schools. There's two of them up in the north of here. Primrose is a early education and care company out of Atlanta. All of the schools are franchised, 100% of them. They're all owned by individual franchisees. Sometimes they have 2 or 3 or 4 schools, but in this case, the franchisee has the 2 that are up north of here. We've targeted 2 additional locations, one here and one over in the Clemens or Winston-Salem area to kind of fill out the market for our child care centers. I was previously Senior Vice President of Development for Primrose Schools for 11 years and developed 240 schools for them all across the country. We had always targeted developing more up here. I retired about 2 years ago, almost 2.5 years ago, and I'm consulting and helping several different people with development projects across the country. Genrock has purchased the 2 schools up here and is interested in developing an additional school in this market. We've looked at the site and feel very confident that it's a great opportunity for us to serve the community. For those of you that know anything about Primrose, it's a high-end, high-quality early education and care product, and really going to bring in a great product to serve the community here. There's a shortage of childcare across the country, especially now after the pandemic. Some of the locations have closed. Primrose has been able to make it through that and has come out of it very strong and is growing across the country. So this will be one of several projects that this group will develop.
I appreciate your patience with our meetings.
I've been through many of these, so.
Okay, any questions for the applicant?
What age group will you be serving?
This is infants through private kindergarten. Mhm.
Well, I'm very familiar with this site because it used to be a polling place, and I used to stand out. I think the first time I ran for mayor and the second time, I stood out there and handed out flyers and tried to entice people to vote for me.
It worked.
Because I was with you.
Unsuccessfully the first time,
Yeah, the first
successfully the
time,
second time. Thanks for reminding me about that, Jess. I appreciate that.
We both lost, that's the reason why I brought it up.
Any questions? Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you. Is there anyone here, public hearing's open, is there anyone here who would like to be heard on this item? Okay, seeing none, I will close the public hearing and make a motion for approval, and I will adopt the consistency and reasonableness statement by the Planning and Zoning Commission. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and second for approval. Any debate or questions? Okay, hearing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, that motion passes unanimously. Thanks, sir. We just have really one item on the general business agenda, and that's to approve some minutes, and then I think we're going to need to go into a short closed session for purposes of personnel. Is there a motion with regard to the minutes?
Motion to approve minutes.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second to approve the minutes that are listed in our agenda. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, that motion passes. And we'll need a,
Motion to go into closed session.
second. There's a motion and a second to go into closed session for purposes of personnel. Any discussion on the motion? Okay, hearing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, that motion passes. So we're now in closed session. I do not